Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to our meeting. At this time, I ask you to stand and salute the flag and cite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God help us.
This meeting is convened in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act of New Jersey. Let the official minutes reflect that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by publishing a notice in the Asbury Park Press on Monday, February 12, 2024. The Star Ledger, and also posting same on the Town Hall Bulletin Board for such notices, and filing same with the Township Clerk. This meeting was also posted on the Township webpage.
Councilman Sikosi.
Here.
Councilman Lamb.
Here.
Councilman Loebman.
Here.
Councilman Nivison.
Here.
Councilman Quinlisk.
Here.
Council Vice President O'Toole.
Here.
Council President Coleman.
Here. As President of the Council, I have been given the responsibility of conducting a professional, organized meeting without interruptions. In that regard, the following procedures will be used. A total of 90 minutes per ordinance will be allotted for public comment to be given. When 85 minutes have passed, the council clerk will raise his hand with 5 fingers, indicating there are 5 minutes left. When the 5 minutes have passed, he will give the cut sign to me, at which time I'll ask for a vote to close the public portion of the meeting concerning the ordinance being discussed. The 90 minutes will include any mass outburst. Any individual who do not show respect for the individual who has the floor by interrupting will be given a warning and will be removed from the room if the interruptions continue. This goes for council members as well as the public. I'm confident 90 minutes for each ordinance, if needed, will be sufficient to hear the positions and concerns of all. I suggest when called on to speak, please come right to the point, which will allow more opportunities for speakers to express themselves. Thank you. This time, the mayor would like to have the floor for a few minutes. Mayor?
As I'm sure you've all heard, the township has experienced an emergency medical crisis. We cannot stand idly by while residents are waiting up to 30 minutes for an ambulance. By not backfilling the retirement of 2 desk positions, the township will have the money it needs to hire 8 EMTs. This will put another ambulance on the road 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No one is getting fired, and all the money from the retiring captains is going right back into the police department. For many years, Captain Deputy Chief Delane has supervised 4 lieutenants. After these 2 captains retire, Chief Little will be responsible for supervising the remaining 3 lieutenants. I'm confident that the chief has the ability to supervise those 3 lieutenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Coleman? President Coleman?
Sir?
I raise a question of order. This meeting is taking place pursuant to Section 5.7B for special meetings. Is that correct? Okay. Council President, did you receive a written request from Mayor Roderick calling for this meeting? Okay. Did any of the other council members receive written requests?
Count email?
Sorry?
Count email?
I would assume
I
emails
did.
count. Not a special meeting.
That's special meeting.
Okay. That's one. Good. As a written request was not received by most of these, by a majority of the members, it violates the town code, and I move that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Call for a vote?
A motion to, adjourn the meeting?
Adjourn the meeting.
A motion to adjourn the meeting was made by Councilman Quinlisk and was seconded by Councilman Sikosi. Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Councilman Sikosi?
Just like the Zoom meeting, this meeting is totally illegal. So I vote yes.
Councilman Lamb?
No.
Councilman Loebman?
No.
Councilman Nivison?
No.
Council Vice President O'Toole?
No.
Council President Coleman?
No.
We're going to move to the minutes from the regular
Nope,
meeting
nope,
on
sorry,
January
more.
31st, 2024.
I'm sorry.
Minutes?
I'm sorry, I have more. I'm not done with the statement. It's a-
I think that's
kind of
enough for
hard
right now. We want to move on to
There was-
the ordinances. Thank you, Jim.
There was a
to-
first.
Council President.
Out of order, sir.
what
You've
did
not
the
been
mayor
called
state
on.
Was a state in the letter. was the
Councilman
purpose of
Quinlisk,
this
there was a
Sir,
motion made on just
No, you don't.
Councilman
I
Lamb.
was not. Sir,
You do not have the floor, Jim. Sit
please
down.
provide a copy of the letter.
Please sit
Move
down, Jim. I'm
Councilman
asking you,
Lamb,
Table
please.
items not listed in this
Made a
letter.
motion to approve the minutes from January 31st, 2024. Is there a
7.5B
second?
set forth
Is there
that
a second to
only
approve the
reason
minutes?
Stated in this letter. Okay. I
We need
move,
a second on the.
I
we
move
need
to
a-
table-
We need a second
I
on
move
the
to
motion.
table any
to
item
approve
not
minutes.
listed in this letter.
Councilman Lamb.
As per section 5.7.
Councilman
set
Coleman.
forth
Yes.
Not only the
Councilman
reason
Sikosi.
stating the letter to be addressed at the meeting,
Councilman
and
Loebman.
no other business shall be considered. This is,
Loebman.
this
Point of order.
is township.
I would like to have this councilman removed from the room, please,
As-
officer.
I think we should just let Councilman Quinlisk speak. Councilman Quinlisk, we'll give Councilman.
The mayor
give
had some
Council-
time.
You're right, it's not my meeting, but I think we should allow him to speak, although it's out of order.
It's not out of order because if it's done at the end of the meeting, it's a moot point.
Go ahead, make your
All
statement.
right. So I move to table items, any items not listed in the letter that only George Loebman got, as per section 5.7B, set forth that only the reason stated in the letter to be addressed in the meeting, and no other business shall be considered. So this meeting cannot happen. David, I make a motion to adjourn again.
I'll second it for the reasons.
That motion is out of order. It
cited.
has already been moved and voted on. It cannot be moved again.
I'm sorry, what was
Your
moved and voted?
motion was made and.
This is a different, this is different.
You made a motion to adjourn. That motion was voted on. Now you are moving to adjourn again.
Is this a legal meeting based on 5.7B? If it's not a legal meeting, we have to adjourn. So where is counsel on this one? Somebody please tell me. Because I don't make this up.
Council has already spoken on the motion to adjourn the meeting. We're on item.
Is it legal is the question. Am I wrong in 5.7B? Am I wrong in that? So what do we do if I'm correct, sir? No offense. What do we do?
If you believe.
It can't go to the next step if this is an illegal motion.
If you believe that the meeting's illegal, then you can resort to your legal challenges.
Anthony, take a recess and research it. Do the right thing.
That's reasonable.
Take a recess.
There was no proper notices given.
Nobody received proper notice of this meeting.
Council
Nobody
President,
received a copy of the schedule ahead.
If there wasn't notice, how is everybody here? That's,
Hey, Jim,
begs the
give
question.
us a break. Give us a break, Jim. And Dave, give us a break.
Council President.
You knew
Council
just
President-
as much as everybody else this was taking place. Let's be adults.
There's a
okay?
legal procedure that should be followed. It's not an option. Legal procedure. Just because I knew that Dan was going to throw a meeting in the middle of the workday on Valentine's Day, on Ash Wednesday, at 2 o'clock between police shifts, doesn't make it legal.
I would like to speak on one point. We wouldn't be here today, Jim, if you hadn't interrupted the meeting that we tried to have on the 31st.
You
Council
mean where I
President-
pointed out another illegal motion, or another illegal activity going on?
I think,
Excuse me.
I think you had an opportunity now, Jim. You think that maybe,
Again, there's a legal situation here. Is it legal?
we're supposed to,
Please have this gentleman removed from the
Either
room
you.
right over here.
Either
He's
of
out of
you.
order. He is out of order. You're out of order, Mr. Williams. You're out of order, Mr. Williams. You're out of order, sir.
Get some police.
We need to have him removed.
Police, please, handle this, gentlemen, get him out.
Ask him to get out of here.
Screaming at him.
gotta leave.
Council President, we're in the middle of a vote.
Thank you.
We're in the middle of a vote.
He does it, you do it, he does it, it's hypocrisy. They're all out of order, so why can't I?
Take the vote, please.
Goodbye.
There was a motion made by Councilman Lamb and seconded by Councilman Coleman to approve the regular minutes from January 31st, 2024. Councilman Sikosi, it's your vote.
Absolutely not.
Councilman Lamb.
Yes.
Councilman Loebman.
Yes.
Councilman Nivison.
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk.
No.
Council Vice President O'Toole. Council President Coleman.
Yes.
There are no honoring resolutions and presentations. We're going to move to item 7. Item 7 is an ordinance of the Township Council, Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Section 50-3B, 50-3G, and 50-3R of the Township Code to revise the roster of positions within the Department of Law Enforcement. This is the final reading.
At this time, we're going to open the floor to public comment. And remember, you're going to be asked to give your name, address, and what town you live in. Thank you. Sir. And clerk, please start the clock.
My name is Stan Mann. Is this on?
Yeah. Tilt it up a little bit towards your mouth.
I'm
okay?
sorry?
Tilt it up a little bit more. That's good.
My name is Stan Mann. I reside at 259 South Shore Drive. I've been a resident voting member for 41 years. I have 5 questions.
This is
Sir,
a comment period, not questions.
You're supposed to be making comments at this time, sir. All right? Comments, not questions, comments,
Okay, I'll
yes.
make it into a comment.
Okay, good.
No.
It's a public meeting.
We hired 7 first-class police officers. They don't have weapons, and they don't have the ability to arrest. Are we really in $3.5 million deficit? No, you don't have a budget. It's not been voted on yet. Are you going to hire 8 EMTs? I would love to see that. But do you realize the county is also looking at putting EMTs out on the barrier islands and paying for it? Do you realize that the police department put out 2 years ago an advertisement for EMTs? Nobody's been a taker. Maybe it's because of post-COVID. I don't know. The biggie. The township has a reserve of 30 to 40, somewhere in that ballpark, $1 million, as well as a security amount of $12 to $13 million, which they can borrow against. I'm sure all that money is in CDs. Let's just make it 5% annually. So 12 million on 5%, that's $600,000. You can pay 8 EMTs $75,000 a year. I yield to the Congress here.
Sir, approach the mic, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Thomas. I reside at 100 Puffin Glade in Bayville, New Jersey. I'm currently the president of the Toms River PBA Local 137. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you on behalf of our 132 members today. First and most importantly, I would like to state for the record, despite what you may have been told, that the Toms River Police Department PBA Local 137 is and has always been adamantly opposed to any reduction in staffing to the Toms River Police Department, regardless of rank, title, or union affiliation, and that the proposed reduction in full-time sworn police officers from 162 to 159 is simply unacceptable. These eliminations of full-time sworn police officers have been proposed to fund the expansion of the Toms River CSO program by employing 8 additional paid EMTs to staff 1 township ambulance. These additional emergency medical technicians do not and cannot replace police officers. Every Toms River police officer is a highly trained first responder that patrols and responds to calls for service with life-saving defibrillators, first aid kits, oxygen kits, rescue breathing bag valve masks, and life-saving Narcan. As trained first responders, Toms River police officers can establish and maintain airways, perform rescue breathing, perform CPR, perform the Heimlich maneuver on a choking victim, administer oxygen, perform bleeding control, apply a tourniquet, reverse an overdose with Narcan, and as we've all seen recently, even deliver a baby. Our officers respond to over 9,000 first aid calls a year, and in over 20 years, I cannot recall a single instance where a life has been lost as a result of an ambulance response time, as you may have been led to believe. The question has been asked, what is the immediate threat to public safety by cutting police officers? There's a simple response. Fewer police officers leads to increased response times, and that is what leads to loss of life. The long-term effects on public safety cannot be ignored either. By eliminating police officers, it removes vital positions from within the department that can lead to deficiencies in valuable and mandated training, education, state-required licensing, equipment, vehicle and building maintenance, and even supplies. The officers that represent the boots on the ground, as we have heard often referred to, need every part of the system above and around them to ensure that they can safely, efficiently, and effectively perform their duties when serving the community. Minimizing the number of police officers can also adversely affect the recruitment process for new officers. Candidates would be less inclined to want to work for an agency with limited potential for growth, an agency with low morale, or an agency where they're publicly shamed for their salaries and benefits. The Toms River Police Department is widely respected agency with a high reputation for excellence. Please allow us to uphold and maintain that. In closing, the Toms River PBA and our 132 members are pleading to our town council to table or adjourn the proposed ordinance to reduce the number of full-time sworn police officers from 162 to 159. We simply ask that more time be taken to obtain all the necessary information and pursue all options for alternate means of funding for the expansion of our paid EMTs. I've been informed that the process is underway for the township to pursue a shared service agreement with a local municipality that will likely provide the township with a $400,000 to $500,000 state grant towards our EMT services. I believe this resolution may actually be scheduled to be heard at your upcoming meeting on February 28th. With this in place and additional options being proposed, we invite the town council to sit down with us to find a path to mutual agreement rather than rushing into a decision that will impact our community for decades to come. The residents, our visitors, our business owners, and even our students of Toms River deserve all our best efforts to ensure the best decision is made for everyone. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Thank you, President Coleman. Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Ron Serini. I live at 373 Hopedale Drive, Southeast in Bayville. I am the president of the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 156, representing the supervisors of the Toms River Police Department. Let me first start off by saying thank you to the people of Toms River that have come out and supported us. This outcry of support has meant the world to us. We all recognize it. We all see it. We all see it here today. And I would just like, on behalf of myself and my unit and the PBA, thank you very much. This ordinance proposes to slash the senior leadership of the police department by half. But leadership is essential. Any large organization needs leadership to operate, and that's especially true of a police department. Simply adding to the workforce and slashing leadership is not a good idea. People need to be led, be given direction and motivation. They have to be told what is expected of them. They need to be given the resources, training, and knowledge needed to meet those expectations. And they need to be held accountable if those expectations aren't met. All of this comes from leadership. As an example, this ordinance proposes to add 8 new EMT positions. But the first leadership position to be eliminated would be the administrative captain's position, which is one of the 3 supervisory positions that oversees the EMT program. Adding 8 new positions while slashing a third of the program's leadership does not make sense. The lack of support and oversight could result in emergency medical services getting worse, not better. There was talk at the last meeting about the concept of span of control, and a point was made. It's often suggested to have 1 supervisor for every 5 employees. If you include patrol officers, detectives, dispatchers, EMTs, special officers, crossing guards, civilian staff, there are approximately 300 workers in the Toms River Police Department. For a 1 to 5 supervisor ratio, this would mean the department would need to have 60 first-line supervisors. 60, that is. That would require 12 lieutenants to oversee the 60 sergeants, and then you could maybe get away with 2 captains to oversee the lieutenants. We, in fact, have 25 first-line supervisors in the department, which are made up of sergeants and civilian supervisors. The only reason this works is because they work in management teams along with lieutenants and captains to supervise the various divisions of the department. It's a system that has been honed over the course of many years, and it works exceptionally well while maintaining supervisory staff. This was confirmed by the township-wide efficiency study, which specifically described our police department supervisory structure as lean and efficient. $87.8 million. $87.8 million. That's the amount paid out since 2019 to settle police-related lawsuits. We live in a litigious society, and police incidents frequently result in lawsuits. Almost every time someone sues a municipality over a police incident, one component of the suit is an allegation that the police department failed to adequately supervise and train the officers involved. If we slash our command staff by half, it throws the door wide open to that kind of argument. It could expose the Toms River taxpayers to a huge increase in liability. Also, I know previously PBA President Thomas said that the Police Officers Union supported these proposed cuts. This was not the case, and the FOP never supported removing any positions within our agency, and in fact, based on previous studies of the township, recommended bringing on more full-time officers. At the end of the day, this proposed ordinance would reduce the number of full-time officers in Toms River. It would slash our command staff from 4 officers down to 2, and effectively cut the top half of their agency off. Council, I believe this proposed ordinance needs to be tabled and looked into for other options without need to cut these people. We need the EMTs, but not at that expense. Thank you.
You're on.
Karen Hobson, 34 Trinidad, Pelican Island, Toms River Township. An active township resident. I'm very disappointed at what I'm seeing here. I was very disappointed at this organized manner of the Zoom meeting. It was just shameful. I am also concerned that we've recently placed the business administrator and the assistant business administrator, and now already they've resigned. That gives me pause. Like, why are they resigning? I also have pause because we're not including the leadership in our units. I mean, I appreciate the Toms River Police because they have reacted to our family and emergencies on Pelican Island over many, many years. But the fact that all the departments, if our business administrator quit, our assistant business administrators quit, we had that fiasco Zoom meeting, and we're not consulting our leadership unit and the police of what they recommend. I know organizations, I don't know police organizations, but I know organizations, and you have to involve all the leadership units and get input from each. You are not the expert on each of those leadership units. So I stand in support of the Toms River Police and tabling that as well. Thank you.
Jillian Messina, Open Tech Court, Toms River. I gave a couple of you a letter. Some of you had opened the email, some of you have not, so I provide a copy in case you don't know how to use the township email yet. I am the former PIO and Media Relations Specialist for the Toms River Police Department. I appreciate the council members who have gotten back to me in response to my letter. Unfortunately, last time I spoke, I was terminated the next day, so now I'm the former, but I still have passion. And I want everybody to take a minute and look at this room. When was the last council meeting that you saw with this much passion? We have a great town. We have a great school district. We have great employees, and we have the best darn police department that I have ever seen. I would like everybody to see this and take a look at this. And it's the same thing on both sides because I think that everybody else needs to see it as well. If you take a look, the blue line is the call increase in the last 20 years, okay? The green line is the population increase in the last 20 years. And the red line is the amount of officers that we have increased in the last 20 years, okay? So I was told recently that men are visual, so I made these for you. But I'm not done. So the FOP and the PBA talked about supervision. Again, it's the same, okay? I'll leave them up here for your photos. So if you take a look, the X's are what you want to cut, and right under them is what they supervise and how many people they supervise. I don't know, but that looks like a huge mistake to me. If you look at the red, these are some of the responsibilities that we do. As a business owner, don't you appreciate all of the crime that they are investigating and the thefts and the car burglaries and the internet crimes and the robbery and Megan's Law and juvenile crimes and fraud? Has anybody been a victim of internet fraud or scams? Because we're busy with it. So if you look, we don't have the police officers that we need, and now we're going to cut the supervision of everybody who takes care of that. And finally, I'd like to talk about me for a second. I did misspeak at the last meeting. I apologize. It was not $600,000 that I helped raise. It was over $1 million. So. And I plan to do a lot more. This is some of the community outreach that we do, okay? I'm going to leave it here. You can see the list, you can see the photos, you can see all the fun. And if you've ever visited the Township Police Department website or our social media or the Police Foundation website, you will see so much more, and videos and photos, and you'll see so many comments, okay, of people who absolutely love every single officer in this room and the support staff. I'm not going to lie, I miss them a lot. We miss you. So there's a QR code here for the website, which can lead you to all of our social media if you guys want to check it out and see. And I am asking, take a look at the passion in this room. Take a look at the people in this room. And think about the solutions that have already been brought to you. Mr. Roderick, they talked about having the money in a grant already. So we don't even need to remove this ordinance because we already paid for it.
You can't budget for grants that you don't have. Doesn't work that way.
I guess the only thing that I would say is, at the last meeting, I did ask everybody up here to please just look at the grants, okay? They're out there. I found in one search over 2,000 grants for community policing in the country. I'm sure when that gets narrowed down, there's a lot of them that are federal grants. I'm just asking that before we remove all this supervision, we just look at the grants. It's the rush I don't understand. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is James Troisi, Troisi, 108 West State Street, Trenton. I address you today on behalf of the New Jersey State Fraternal Order of Police. I will also qualify my comments by stating I have several family members living and working in Toms River, some in your over 55 communities, some with children in your school system, but all of whom are your constituents. If you were planning a major renovation on your house, you wouldn't begin without consulting an architect or a contract. If you were going to change the business model for your company, you'd be foolish to not first consult a lawyer and an accountant. Yet here today, we once again see politicians believing they are uniquely qualified to direct law enforcement operations without properly researching the potential pitfalls. I say once again because we have seen this in so many towns and cities across the country, large and small, and in every case that we are aware of, the results have been catastrophic. In La Valette, it led to a departmental takeover by the prosecutor's office. The mayor will undoubtedly hold that the positions to be eliminated are administrative or command rank desk jobs and will have no impact on daily patrols or operations. Has the mayor considered who will pick up the work for these eliminated positions? Does the mayor, do the members of this council believe that these positions were not deemed necessary over the years for a reason? It's come to our attention that 2 of the council members seated have been arrested by the Toms River Police Department. We would ask respectfully that you recuse yourselves from this ordinance vote. We who are in the business, particularly as administrators, appreciate budgets and the bottom line. We appreciate the tax burdens of all New Jerseyans as we ourselves live under them daily. We also know nobody wants to live in an unsafe place. It's easy to say we're going to focus on the street patrol, but as the mayor, have the members of this council truly educated themselves on the administrative burdens of law enforcement today, of what's involved administratively with keeping those street patrols on the streets? Effective January 1, 2024, every law enforcement officer in New Jersey must maintain a license from the Police Training Commission, which is now a subordinate arm of the Attorney General's office. That's that agency that comes in and takes over police departments for lack of adequate supervision. Maintaining those licenses requires ongoing monitoring of backgrounds, routine and post-incident reviews by command rank personnel. Mandatory minimum training requirements have essentially doubled in recent years. Does the mayor believe the street-level officer should be training the captain? Or should the captain be supervising the training and other requirements set forth and required by the AG's office to keep that officer working? Short-sightedness has some of you believing these reductions in force will save the taxpayers money. Your taxpayers are sitting here saying it's okay. How much will the lawsuits cost the taxpayers of Toms River for malfeasance or misfeasance on the part of an ill-prepared or inadequately supervised officer? Speak with your chief. Consult with some experts in the field. Talk with your constituents, the full-time residents of your community, before acting haphazardly. You have a number of resolutions on the agenda today, E, I, S. Does this council believe that a street-level patrolman researched and filed the requisite documents for those grant projects? As to the funding of EMS and agreements with the first aid squads in the area, I have been an EMT instructor in this state for 35 years. This council would be well served to review the legal issues in West Orange circa 2015. Lastly, quoting from an Asbury Park Press News article dated March 24, 2023, while Ocean County Prosecutor Bill Heimer praised police department staff for their cooperation, the prosecutor's office report was critical of Lavalette's governing body, as well as Business Administrator John Bennett and Borough Attorney William Burns, for what the report describes as a meddlesome pattern of behavior into the daily operations of the police functions of the department and continuous attempts to interfere with the Ocean County Prosecutor Office's implementation of plans, directives, policies designed to meet current police standards. Let us hope not to see such written and said about the elected officials of Toms River. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jeff Lennox, 118 Maple Street, Toms River. I'm here as a private citizen to share my thoughts on the proposed changes to Chapter 50 staffing of the police department. Thank you to Councilman Quinlist and Councilman Sikosi for your courage and support in opposing the proposed staffing changes within the police department. Encourage the remaining members of council to consider the data provided by Chief Little, the GSG study, the perspective of current and past employees of the police department, and the groundswell of community opposition to these changes before casting a final vote. I would like to offer you my personal prediction regarding the cascading failure that I believe these changes will initiate. I personally know the importance of the positions you are seeking to cut, as I served over 26 years with the Toms River Police Department, spent my final 2 years as a captain assigned to the Administration Bureau. Each bureau commander bears tremendous responsibility and carries a significant workload. They have daily tasks and deliverables that must be completed to ensure the efficient operation of the agency, in addition to responding to critical incidents and serious crimes. This includes providing on-site leadership during large-scale events such as Superstorm Sandy. They do not simply sit at a desk. As sworn police officers, first and foremost, they are the boots on the ground that the mayor referred to in his letter. No decision occurs in a vacuum. Removing 2 command positions will significantly impact the entire agency, as someone will have to take on the work previously completed by the missing captains. When I served as the Administration Bureau Commander, my days were full. I did not have the time to take on the responsibility of a second bureau. If I had been required to stretch my attention across multiple bureaus, none would have received the full attention that they required. In any organization, leaders need to be fully engaged with the personnel assigned to their command, and they must remain current on all issues affecting their area of responsibility in order to guarantee success. When leadership is stretched to the breaking point and piled high with the responsibilities of multiple positions, important tasks and issues will be neglected, the outcome will not be good, failure is most certainly assured. In order to ensure that work previously completed by the absent captains is addressed, the remaining command staff will need to delegate a portion of the additional work to lieutenants. These lieutenants also have responsibilities and work that must be completed. They're going to need to push work down to the sergeants. When this happens, the sergeants will be prevented from doing their job, which is to provide frontline supervision of police officers and civilian employees. This will interrupt the ongoing feedback loop and informal training that occurs between frontline supervision and their staff. The end result will have a negative impact on the quality of service provided to the residents of Toms River. When a police agency fails to properly supervise officers, lawsuits ensue and towns pay damages. As you continue to serve the township, I encourage each of you as elected officials to take the time to move about this town. Meet the residents and the employees affected by your decisions. Seek out and listen to opposing views so that you are thoroughly informed before drafting ordinances and making sweeping changes. Acting on your feelings is not effective governing. Remember, you have been elected to act on behalf of your constituents, not in spite of them. Please realize this is not a fight about having or not having an ambulance on the barrier island 24/7. No one is discounting the need for additional EMS staff. It's about maintaining a state of operational readiness and preventing the police department from falling victim to the pitfalls of absent leadership. Cutting an already lean and efficient command staff and failing to backfill police officers foretells a slow slide into subpar service, poor morale, and a loss of community trust. In an era of increased civil unrest and anti-police sentiment, officer safety needs to be ensured. Proper staffing and leadership go hand in hand with the ability to communicate effectively with the public across multiple social media streams and news outlets to achieve this goal. People need accurate and timely information to feel safe and engaged with the department and their community as much as they need to know that a police officer will arrive when they call for help. A rudderless ship knows no direction, and by discarding half of the command staff, you are effectively setting the stage for a shipwreck that could irreparably damage the reputation not only of the department, but the township and of your administration. The Toms River Police Department has a long history of providing outstanding service to the community and is a role model for surrounding police agencies. Don't let that winning streak die on your watch. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, Council President, excuse me. Phil Brilliant, 79 Holly Tree Lane. I think a lot of factual information has been outlined here tonight. I think there's been a lot of questions that have happened since January 18th. I think people have really tried to reach out and say, let's get educated in the situation, let's learn more, and let's get the facts. I think it was laid out very well by the people who've spoken before me. I'm just going to add a few more in front of you and ask you, my ask of you is that this ordinance be tabled tonight or permanently tabled, okay? And here's my reasons why. First, in the ordinance, which I had to dig and find, and I apologize if I'm a little discombobulated, but I had to go through the agenda because I just got it when I walked in the room. So what does the ordinance include? 50-3B, which is the captains going down to 1 from 3. 50-3G, which is officers going from 113 to 112. The headline says and 53R, but that's nowhere in the ordinance that is on the Toms River website, okay? If you look at the code, that is the information officer. So factually, we can assume that the information officer was fired the day after she spoke up because she spoke up. That I would consider a violation of someone's freedom of speech. And I think that that should be noted. The question is still out there though, why is it in the heading of the ordinance, but not in the ordinance itself? Because to me, that means the job still exists after this ordinance is approved, okay? But that'll be discussed at a later date if you can table this tonight. If you're aware, some of you weren't around in 2021, almost 3 years ago to the day, the council reduced the number of sergeants. How did they do it? The mayor, CFO, representatives of the council, chief of police, representatives of the police, got together. They went from 21 to 20. The sergeant who ran the building and the garage was promoted to lieutenant, and they came up with a plan to have a retired officer take that job for $20 an hour. They came together, they had a problem, they dealt with it, and they came up with a solution. This council, not all of you sitting here tonight, approved it, and the mayor, as council, abstained on that vote. You can fact check. There's been some questions relative to how long responses are, and I think that's been outlined a little bit tonight. The average is 7.5 minutes, okay, over the past 3 years, not 30 minutes, okay? I opened it, it's not 30 minutes. I'm pretty good at doing math. I do it every day, and a lot of people have talked about it tonight. 30 minutes is not there. I sent a letter to the council. I do apologize, Councilman Loebman. It appears your emails bounce back when I send them to you. I must have either, did you get mine?
No.
I don't think you got it.
I believe that we've communicated over Facebook.
We did.
Several times.
Yep, we did. Okay, so I did send a letter outlining the fact that the EMS issues, and I'm not going to say we don't need more EMS. I'm not the experts on that. I'm a citizen and a resident of Toms River, but this is a national problem. This isn't a Toms River problem, okay? This isn't something you're going to solve overnight by cutting 2 jobs and trying to backfill those positions. It is something we can solve by looking at options. You heard somebody talking about maybe some outsourcing, and you heard it. I know there was a comment made about it that you can't approve something if the grant hasn't been given, but there are grants out there. The police department gets grants. You heard Ms. Messina talk about over $1 million in grants that she had gotten. Why not give the opportunity to the police department to come up with grants that they can do to cover these costs? There's been, there was a letter that went out, which in my world, you share people's salaries, you're really digging in deep, and you're basically saying that I play dirty. I'd like to tell you, I'd like to tell you I opened the township for the cost of those letters. There is no such file in the township relative to that letter coming out from the township, even though it is on letterhead from the township and has an obscure postage mark on it.
Time is up, sir.
Time is up.
Sir, your 5 minutes is up, sir.
Can I just have half a minute?
People clapped and unfortunately took some of your time, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on,
I do hope you table this tonight because there's a lot more to talk about. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Dana Tormolin, Messenger Street. I'm here to discuss item Z on the agenda, the resolution, which is of the Township Council in the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, consenting to the application, or the appointment rather, of Jonathan Solanas as business administrator.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, this is not the right time for resolution
Well,
discussion, okay?
It actually is because it has to do with the police department. So
Is it discussion specifically for a resolution?
Comment.
No, I'm just
on a
asking a question.
resolution.
Is it about
I
a
don't need you
specific
to
resolution?
talk, I need you to listen.
Only if you're speaking.
I need you to listen too. This is not a time for a discussion on a resolution,
administrator-
ma'am.
You just need to be topical. This is on one topic right
This
now.
is the
Keep
same
it on
topic.
topical.
If you would let me talk, I would get to that
Well,
point.
you were talking about somebody else being appointed.
Yeah, because he has control over our police department. That's why. And because he's not qualified to do the job that he was hired to do. That's why.
Okay.
So tell me again how that's not relevant to this topic.
I'm not trying to be adversarial with you. I'm just trying
You've
to
been
keep it on the
adversarial
same
with
way.
everybody
That's
all the time.
I have.
You have. Your
Specifically.
responses on Facebook, your nasty response in your email, save it, because I'm not listening anymore.
Okay. Thank you.
The business administrator shall be designated as the appropriate authority as provided by NJSA 40A 14-118. The business administrator shall be responsible for the overall performance of the law enforcement department. The business administrator shall adopt and promulgate rules and regulations for the government of the law enforcement department and for the discipline of its members. the chief of police shall obtain authorization from the governing body and/or business administrator or appropriate authority to enter into the contact with the New Jersey State Association's Chiefs of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, or other comparable testing entity to develop, conduct, and grade the written multiple choice exams. Now, I think a couple of the councilmen have Mr. Salandis' resume, so you're aware. In accordance with NJSA 40A 14-118, the business administrator, in his or her capacity as appropriate authority, shall adopt and promulgate rules and regulations for the government of the law enforcement department and for the discipline of its members, after consideration of the recommendations by the chief of police. All rules and regulations promulgated by the business administrator shall be distributed via the Power Document Management System to members of the department. So again, check his resume. Let me know how he is qualified to do the job that he's sitting there doing right now.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Mr. Coleman? I sent you an email about 10 days ago. My name's Chris Raymond. I live at 111 Flack Street. The email I sent you was a personal email. You knew my father, Bob Raymond, through the vocational school.
I did.
So my mom says, talk to Mr. Coleman. I'm here today, and I'll be very brief. I don't need much time. I'm a runner. I ran by Town Hall this morning at 5:15. I see Mr. Kelleher's photo up there. My dad was good friends with him. And I thought of three things today. One, it being Ash Wednesday. The second, of course, it's Valentine's Day. And the Toms River Police. And as I'm running this morning, I really thought of those three things. And I said, well, what do they all mean? They really all mean one thing together, and sacrifice. The police department, as we know it today, I've grew up here my whole entire life. They are the backbone of this town with the fire department, the public works. And my concern, sir, is if you don't listen to the chief back there, who in 2012 was a captain, as well as Captain Burgess and a lot of other gentlemen that came back there retired, they know what's best for the police department, not me. With all due respect, not anybody up here. That's the gentleman, wherever he's sitting. He should be the one making this decision. I don't believe anybody has a desk job in the Toms River Police. I've had people come to my house that were not officers when we needed help. So I'm appealing to you to please rethink what you're doing, because I don't think anybody wants to be known for defunding the police department. And I don't know what your intention is, but please rethink this, because there are better ways of funding the EMTs on the island. Triborough First Aid, QMT. Make some phone calls. Talk to your EMS people. They're going to give you good solutions. But the solution of cutting police positions is not good. And I just hope that everybody up here can maybe rethink your position, because I think what you're going to do is you're going to unite a lot of us together, and we're going to stick together. We're not here to give you a hard time, but we want our police department. And I'll be honest with you, before you, whoever the council president was, might have been Mr. Gahagan, I was up here and I've talked to Mr. Lamb. We need more officers. We need more traffic safety. I live up at 37, the drag racing going on every weekend, and these guys back there, they cannot do it. So whatever you got to do, please, talk to, I hate to put him on the spot, talk to Chief Mitch Little. He knows more than I or anybody up here, and I think you can work together if you give him a chance. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Kevin Jacobs, 111 Baywood Drive. I'm a lifelong Toms River resident. I graduated Toms River East 1997, graduated Ocean County College. I love this town. I wish I could have been a little more prepared for this, but I didn't get much notice, so I'm going to wing it the best I can. As Jill had mentioned before, the population in Toms River has grown year after year. Our police force has not grown. The $800,000 that everybody keeps talking about, there's 39,000 households in Toms River. That works out to about $21 per household per year to pay for the EMS. Simple math, think it makes sense. And again, as a lifelong resident, Toms River has been very good to me. Anytime I've had to call for health reasons for family members, the first people on site are the police officers. That's important to us. And most importantly, it seems to be working. We have a safe town. We have good officers. Why change it? I ask you, please, to reconsider what you're thinking. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
1040 Winningham, on behalf of the public. You heard it from the professional.
Could you talk a little closer to the microphone? Thank you.
1040 Winningham. You heard it from the professional. You heard it from them. Now, I'm a resident. I live in the worst part of Township, ladies and gentlemen. I told you guys since the beginning, I like it that you guys are individual. I like it that you guys don't agree. But we need to sit down and communicate. If we cannot sit down and communicate, this is what happened. You will unite the town, and I love it how you guys united the town over this. Now, we got to unite the town by sitting down and getting to the right solution. Sir, I had the pleasure of speaking with the chief, Mr. Leto. I would like to have the pleasure of sitting with you guys and yourself, with him as well, to get to the solution. We don't got to involve my type of business, cannabis, even though we pay for this. But I believe if you speak to him and you guys sit down, you guys can come with a solution where everybody wins. This is a shenanigans. We are heading to the summer saying, hey, listen, we are eliminating our police department. Come sell this way because that's what the message we're sending online. EMT is for all the overdose we have in town. In reality, the fentanyl is killing all my youth. That's what we have in a lot of EMTs. So let's stop wasting all this minute because this costs time. Let's sit down and make a deal. Sit down, not here, back there. The chief, you guys, you, sir. If I could be included as the public, hey, amen. But
Come next to the microphone. You're getting too far away.
so
Thanks.
far, the Zoom meeting was a disaster. I tried to warn, sir, but nobody heard the special ed guy. I don't know how to write, so I'm not going to send you an email. I'm going to show up, or I'm going to call you. That's the way I communicate. Don't expect the email or a letter from me. We're going to face-to-face, word's the word. I'm a special ed. I used to be, sorry I'm going to say this, the drug dealer that most of them used to lock me up. I look up to them because they put me in the right path. I live in the worst area. I see them every night. Where I live, there's no more fentanyl. We had a month that every weed in a complex was infected with fentanyl. So I wanted to work with you guys to fix our town, but this is not the right way. I'm glad this happened. Why? Because it's uniters. And I see that these people are willing to come here and fight for us right. And you guys as well. But we got to educate each other. Because it's not right when somebody knows something and the other one doesn't know. And then you got me in between saying, well, what team should I go to? Should I stay here and say yes? Or should I come here and say yes? I don't have the information. And some of you guys don't even have it either. So please, more communication. Let's sit down and work a deal out. I wanted to put everything on the line to make sure that everything works out the way you guys want. Allow me to come in. I have the people, I have the company that wanted to come and bring you the money to fix this and make them happy and make you guys happy as well. So let's please sit down, not with my business. Let's try to, before I bring my business in, let's sit down with them and work it out. Because I see everything, guys. You guys don't see it. You guys live in a nice area of Township. I don't.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Ketting. I live at 192 Cranberry Road in Toms River. I was a member of the Toms River Police Department for 31 years. The last 8 of those 31 as a captain. And I've been retired for 16 years. And over those 47 years, I've seen a lot of ill-conceived, poorly thought out, politically motivated things from out of town hall. But this one makes a cake. Before your last attempted Zoom meeting, I sent each of the council members an email with a little department history and some important things to consider from our past. I got an email back from Mr. Quinlis thanking me for the information. I spoke to Mr. Saposi in person, and he thanked me for the information. I didn't hear anything from anybody else on the council. Did you all receive my email?
No, I don't believe I did.
I reply to every email I receive. I didn't get it. I'm sorry.
Same with me. Anything that I've received, I've replied.
Anyway, let's just go beyond that. Let me review some of the things that I tried to pass along to you last time. I was hired by the Dover Township Police Department in 1977. Rick Clement was the chief. We had a deputy chief and 4 captains at the time. We had 7 lieutenants and a total of 111 sworn officers and a much smaller number of civilian employees. But we were widely recognized as one of the most professional and progressive police departments in the state of New Jersey. I retired as a captain in 2008 after 31 years on the job. We had a chief, a deputy chief, and 3 captains, 7 lieutenants, and 162 sworn officers, and a constantly growing number of civilian employees. Despite the fact that the department has grown more than 50% in the 31 years I was on the job, you're proposing now to reduce the command staff by 50%. Does that sound right to any of you? Does it sound right to anybody here? No. Yeah, any of you know if we've ever had a command staff with a chief and 1 captain? No one knows. In 1990, we had a chief and 2 deputy chiefs and 4 captains. In 1992, New Jersey Police and Fire Retirement System offered an early retirement incentive to all senior officers with 20 years of pensionable time to retire with extra pension credits. We lost quite a few officers from the ranks, including a chief, 2 deputy chiefs, and 2 captains to that retirement incentive. The Township Committee at that time chose to fill the chief's position, but eliminate the 2 deputy chiefs and the 2 captains' positions, and use that money for something else, much like Mr. Roderick would like to do today. Were any of you aware of that?
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you talk more directly into the microphone?
Sure. I'm
Thanks.
asking if
I
anybody
appreciate
was
it.
aware of that. You know what happened when we went down to a chief and 2 captains? That's 1 less than you're proposing now. It was a hot mess. All the duties and responsibilities of the 4 eliminated staff positions still had to be done. 2 deputy chiefs, 2 captains, all had a full plate of responsibilities, and now those jobs are done. But that work still has to be done. Only now, instead of 7 staff officers, you have 3. 3 staff officers doing the work that was formerly done by 7. Does that sound right to anybody? No. Well, so the duties and the responsibilities of the deputy chiefs had to be taken over by the 2 existing deputies. They had a full plate, so they had to take some of their responsibilities, as well as all the responsibilities of the 2 captains that had been deleted, and pass that along to the lieutenants. 7 lieutenants now doing the work of 2 captains and 2 deputy chiefs. Logically, the lieutenants couldn't handle all the new responsibilities and still do their regularly assigned duties. So they had to pass the duties down to the sergeant's position. Anyone with a modicum of leadership or management experience knows that the most important position in any organization, public or private, is first-line supervision. Sergeants stop mistakes before they happen. They train their people. They mentor their people. They evaluate them both for the individual officer's betterment and development, as well as the department's liability prevention. they motivate. They
Sir,
identify-
sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up, okay? You have had the full 5 minutes, all right? Thank you. Thank you.
I would ask you just for another.
I would ask you to please let somebody else speak, please. We're in that 90-minute.
Last time the council man staff was.
I'm
reduced
asking
that
you to
level.
please give the floor, please, sir. Please,
Does anybody else want to hear me speak?
please.
The last time the command staff was reduced to the levels of your proposing.
Sir,
sergeants
sir,
had-
you can come up after everybody else has had a turn to speak.
That
You can,
resulted
you
in
can
less
return.
Supervisors on the road.
Sir.
Less supervisors to respond to critical.
I don't think
calls.
you're hearing me. You can
Less
come back up
supervisors.
after everybody else has had a turn.
Will I be able to come back up and speak?
Yes,
Nobody online behind me.
Yeah, there is.
yes, there is.
What's he
Sure.
standing there for?
My point being.
I'm going to tell the clerk that you have 1 more minute, sir, to finish.
Sure thing. Let me cut to the chase here. What's going to happen? This is what happened. This isn't a speculation. This is what happened in 1990s. You had sergeants doing lieutenants' work because the lieutenants were doing the captain's work. There was no supervision on the road. You had sergeants in a watch commander's office. Training wasn't done. Planning suffered, training suffered, supervision suffered, and overtime skyrocketed. I was a sergeant then. I made a lieutenant's salary for a couple of years just based on the overtime I worked, filling in a watch commander's office. This isn't made up. This happened. This is the 90s. You can go back, pull all your records, and you're going to see this. I'm curious if this ordinance was run through the legal department for their opinion on any liability the township's going to incur. Is anyone here from the legal department that's seen this? You reviewed this ordinance? We reviewed it. And you thought everything was copacetic with that?
Sir, that extra minute is up. So in all fairness, could you please yield the floor? I'm asking you to please be courteous and yield the floor.
Failure to plan are legitimate civil.
Thank you for your courtesy. Thank you, Curtis. Yes, sir.
My name is David Paulus, 729 Marie Street in Toms River.
Dave, is it possible to move that microphone up? Or you can hold it in your hand if you want.
David Paulus, 729 Marie Street, Toms River. Quite frankly, I want to call upon this council as individuals. You have an opportunity to hear what has gone on. You've also heard the mayor of this town say things that, quite frankly, are untrue. When I received the letter in the mail from the mayor, I looked at the back and I saw a number of numbers and so on and so forth. Well, one of those numbers happened to jump out at me. So I did the math. Well, the math on that sheet that was sent out was incorrect. It was off by somewhere between $13,000 and $14,000 for each of the individuals listed on that piece of paper. That was done by this mayor, and it was incorrect.
Would you like an answer as to what that was? The column for tax.
Okay, I didn't think you were allowed to speak.
If you don't want it, I won't explain it to you.
Okay, I just want to call to your attention.
There was a line for tax that was not in there, but it's in the grand total.
Unfortunately,
Thank you.
I don't want to have an argument with you. There's no need.
How polite
I know
everyone
one
is.
out.
Everyone's so
Folks,
polite.
Let's get
Very
back in
polite.
order. Let's get back in order. Mayor, let him finish speaking, okay?
Mayor,
Thank you.
please be quiet.
Go ahead, sir.
I know what I received. All right? It was a deliberate, in my opinion, a deliberate misrepresentation to the people of this town. A deliberate misrepresentation on behalf of this mayor. Okay? Now, I will call upon each and every one of you as individuals, because this mayor has clearly stated that he doesn't need the council ordinance. He can do what he wants, but I'm calling upon each and every one of you as individuals, because he can't change the ordinance. So please, do not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
My name
You can
is
hold the
Mar-
mics. Thank you, ma'am. Go
My
ahead.
name is Marge Neefus. I live at 113 Dewey Street, and I am yielding my time to Jeff Keddick.
I didn't want to rush through the last of this because it's the most important point, and I didn't want to be cut off. I'm just trying to give you some real insight into what really took place the last time we reduced our staffing command to a chief and 2 captains. You want to go down to a chief and 1 captain with a larger police department, 335 total employees. All right, this is what happened. The sergeants were taken off the road. They had less supervisors on the road. We had less supervisors available for critical calls. We had less supervisors available to do the training. The sergeants assigned as a watch commander's office, which is a lieutenant's job. Planning suffered, training suffered, supervision suffered. Those are all major liability issues in police work. Failure to train, failure to plan, failure to supervise. That's why I asked if the legal department had reviewed this, and I'm shocked that they could let this go through without understanding the impact, potential impact this is going to have for civil liability for the township for years to come. There's an old saying, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And trust me, this has happened, and everything I'm telling you tonight is a matter of township records, fully overtime records, and see what my overtime was in 93 and 94 and 95. Some of these issues you're not going to see right away. These failures in training, failures in supervision, failures in planning. But you're going to see that overtime skyrocket 2 weeks after those captains' positions are gone. Because there's going to be vacancies that are going to have to be filled. The overtime budget, when I was there, we overran it every year just for routine training, court, major crimes, weather incidents. It's underfunded to begin with. It's not even going to come close to being what you're going to need for this. If you think hiring these CSOs, these 8 CSOs are that important, you better find the funding for it somewhere else, because you're going to pay for it for the mistakes in years to come, just like we did in the 1990s. I thank you again for the extra time.
Ma'am, I have to find out if there's somebody else that hasn't spoken yet before you take another turn, okay? All right? Is there somebody else who would like to speak that has not spoken?
My comment will be short. Karen Hobson, 34 Trinidad Avenue, Pelican Island. I was listening to that gentleman, and a thought popped in my head. It's not just legal that is looking at the liability here. It's also the business administrator. So the fact that our business administrator and our assistant business administrator resigned over apparently this leaves me feeling that we're open to lawsuits. And I just can't see how we're not involving our leadership position in all of our units in our police department. So thank you.
My name is Jim Stegman. I live at 61 Oakland Road in Toms River. I'm born and raised here, except for a couple years when I left to move to Florida, and I moved back here. But I was also a volunteer first aider. And the training that you have to go through back then was not as severe as the EMT training today. So it was personal time. I didn't get paid to do that. It was of my own fruition that wanted to help people. I also had, my father-in-law was a Toms River police officer. Back then it was Dover Township. He worked in police headquarters, which is where the parking garage is. Badge number 28. So he's been around a long time. The day before he was due to retire, he had a heart attack. And he never fulfilled his retirement time because of what helped was the stress put on by the police department that these officers and lieutenants and sergeants that you're going to put them in, because they're going to get stressed out because they go on a call, the backup is not there to be there for them, or the supervisor during training is not there to properly train an officer, okay? Also, it was mentioned about lawsuits. We're gonna see lawsuits. Now, it's not that public when it comes out because normally you close those records, but there's gonna be lawsuits. And I'm sure if I was a party to a lawsuit against this town, the mayor would be a party to it because it's his doing what's going on here. He is doing a strong arm of this town instead of the board. Instead of you all deciding what goes on in this town, he's making decisions for us. And those decisions are not the greatest. He wants to add more to public works and create 2 more jobs. Where's that salary coming from to create the other job? He wants to have directors over top of those people. Where are those salaries coming from? He's adding staff and expense to this town. He has a government car, cell phone, and everything else. Does he use that to go to Middletown to his teacher's job? He has no right having that car. If he needs a car, he can come here and pick it up and go do township business, okay? But he does not have to have those benefits. It's wrong. Now, I remember back in the early days of Dover Township, they were the #1 police force in the country. Culver City, I think it was California, Nevada, was #2. We were written up all over the place. I remember Jimmy Weiss used to be a bicycle cop in downtown Toms River. We had community policing. We don't have any of that anymore, okay? That's where you get to know the people in the town. Those police officers get to assimilate with the town people. They find out what goes on in this town. You want to eliminate the ability of those police officers to do their job because they're not going to go that extra step because why should they? You've cut the legs out from promotions. It's wrong. And with the population increasing, crime increases. What are you doing about it? Nothing. You're saying about EMS calls. EMS calls, you have a problem right now maintaining EMS people because you're paying them $25 an hour. The other towns are paying more and attracting them away. So you're not doing anything to help, okay? You're going to be paying EMS people to come here $30, $35 an hour. And you can't do that because now you're increasing the budget. Now the benefits that they get, everything that they get is increased as well. What you need to do is have those captains, maybe you take one captain, maybe the administrative captain. Not that I want to add more work to that person, but let them go out and find grants. Federal government has grants for public service, for police, to hire police. Let them go and find those things, okay? You took away a public service or a public information officer. Go look at the website. They don't have anything out there anymore. We don't know what goes on in this town. You don't have anybody to handle that. You were going to hire someone from the town to do it. It's part of your administration. There's nothing out on their website. I don't know what's going on anymore, okay? And I liked when she was posting stuff. So you need to stop this. Only 2 of you that I've sent emails to responded to me. The rest of you, and I know you all got it, and I know you got it because I had to call the mayor's secretary to get your email. It wasn't even listed. So you've all gotten my emails, and none of you responded except for 2 councilors. That's it.
I have never unresponded to any message that came to me.
You have
Never.
not responded.
Never. If I didn't respond, I didn't get it.
You got 2 of them.
Whether it came as an email or whether it was a phone call, a personal phone
You
call,
got 2 of
I
them.
refund them all.
Because one of the emails was I was in South Toms River at the Wawa, and paramedics were there. I walk in and I see them in the back. Next thing I know, I see Toms River EMS showing up, and I'm wondering
Your
why.
time,
Toms
excuse
River-
me, sir, your time is up. All right, yield the floor. You're getting into an argument which is not going to be resolved. So
But it's
can
all
we,
has
can
to
we,
go with
can we,
EMS.
can we please move on?
It
Please.
goes with EMS.
All right, you've had your 5 minutes. Move on. There's other people behind you that want to speak. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Anthony Sergio. I live at 468 Madison Avenue. I'm just a regular citizen. I read the paper. I see Toms River Patch. I've listened to our mayor for the last 5 or 6 years. You've always complained that you were blindsided that nobody would give you a chance to give input and you were always against a lot of things. I'm just surprised that for the first 2 months of your administration, you're not being more communicative with the department heads, why you're not reaching out to Chief Little and having a meeting with him and his command staff to figure out, hey, what can we do here? We need to come up with $600,000 or $700,000. You know, and when I came in here today, I picked up a listing of all the bills that you're going to authorize to pay in a little while, and it came out to about $15 million in change. And I'm sure we could find the ways somewhere to cut back here, cut back there, to come up with $600,000. And I'm sure, as another gentleman spoke before, you know, he said the number $21 per household. You know I live in Toms River because it's a safe place. I like my town. I've lived here my entire life. And I wouldn't have a problem paying more money in my taxes. I mean, I don't think we get our budgets voted down in this town. I think we all appreciate to have a safe town. So maybe we should look at the budget and go from 0 up instead of going status quo up. That might be another way to do it. And talking about eliminating 2 captains, I don't know anybody here, except for what I read in the paper. Has anybody here even been in the military? Any of the councilmen, the mayor, been in the military? Well, I was in the United States Marine Corps. And one of the first things we learn is our chain of command. We start at a private, and we go up to a 4-star general. And you cannot lead privates, sergeants, lieutenants, or captains without their higher ups. And that's what you guys are really doing. You're gutting out the top, and you're going to have, excuse my pun, because it doesn't really, you know, our officers are a lot smarter than chickens with their heads cut off. But you're, like what everybody spoke about, you're going to sacrifice the sergeants being able to train in the field their patrolmen when they roll up on a call. We all watch TV. I watch plenty of TV cop shows. We see how it works. We see that the sergeants, the guy and the corporals that have 2 stripes, the sergeants that have 3 stripes, they pull officers aside and they say, maybe you should do this a little different. Maybe you should do this a little different. But if those sergeants are doing lieutenant's duties, then they're not going to have the opportunity to do that. And maybe those patrolmen are never going to be instructed what was the right way to handle that call. Or maybe they're going to listen to another patrolman that really he doesn't know how to handle that call. So I think we need to, you know, you need to think about that. Like, what would be the benefit except maybe a few bruised egos about tabling the ordinance and doing some research? I mean, you've always talked about taking the time and let's get it right. I mean, you were a passionate guy on the council, sir.
I still am.
Yeah, I could see that. So why not take the time?
Well, the chief was on vacation for the last 12 days. I did meet with the chief in advance. So that's why we didn't have another conversation. I would love to answer you if you want to talk after this. I'll talk to you. I'm out of order. So if you want to talk at another time, I'm always available.
Fine. But I just think we, as you guys, as the council, we should take the time and take a deep breath and step back, you know? I mean, somebody told me one time, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth so we can listen twice as much as we speak. Why don't we do that here? I mean, this is an awfully passionate group. And let's talk about what happens when we get rid of 2 at the top, okay? Now you're going to have 2 lieutenants that aren't going to get promoted to captain. You're going to have 2 sergeants that aren't going to get promoted to lieutenant, and you're going to have 2 patrolmen that are not going to get promoted to sergeants. No big deal, you guys all feel, I guess, from what I read, okay? But what about the morale? No, I haven't heard the word morale. Maybe nobody wants to talk about it. I'm not a police officer, never was a police officer, but I run a company and I know how people think. When you don't give them the option for upward mobility, you kind of chop their legs off. So these patrolmen, we all know how hard it is to recruit police officers, okay? They're going to go to other towns like Lakewood that's aggressively hiring police officers, okay?
Sir, your 5 minutes is up, okay? Please yield the
One more
floor,
second. So,
okay?
I-
Please yield the floor. You
I
got
just-
people look, turn around. You have people behind you
I
that want
just
to
urge the
speak.
council to take a deep breath. There's plenty of time. It's February 14th.
I think we heard that.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Craig Beerbaum, 618 Weston Drive, here in Toms River. Before I make my statement, I just want to explain a little bit about my background and who I am, so people can just understand that I'm not just speaking without knowledge or experience. In my career, I served 30 and a half years in the Township of Union Fire Department. I retired as a battalion chief. I'm still in the local volunteer fire department, and through my professional career, I have worked with local, state, county, and federal law enforcement representatives in various types of operations. And yes, no one can disagree that it absolutely takes the boots on the ground to kind of make things happen, whether it be police, fire, or EMS. However, I can't stress enough the need to have proper supervision and leadership. We've all probably heard the term failing to plan. Planning to fail is from planning to fail is from failing to plan. I apologize. So what does that mean? Here's what it means. It means that when you drive around and you look at Toms River, you see a growing community with many things happening, both infrastructurally, police, fire, EMS-wise, and yes, we need more EMTs. However, when you look at the complexity of what it takes to make sure that everybody here in our town is safe and secure, you absolutely need a strong police department that has enough police officers to respond. You also need enough supervisors and managers to be able to take care and make sure that all the planning operations get done. By eliminating the positions, that spreads the workload out to other individuals, and people can only do so much before you start having inefficiency and people end up getting hurt. And that's really not what anybody is looking for. So I guess my message that I'm trying to convey to each one of you here is to rethink eliminating the police positions, lowering the total number of police officers on the department. And remember that this is not Little Toms River anymore. It's a growing community. And as we grow, we're also going to need to make sure that we have enough people to actually do the job. So please reconsider cutting the police staff. Reconsider making cuts, in addition to making sure that you're doing whatever you need to add EMTs. Because we don't want to compromise public safety in any sense or form. So identify other sources of funding, be creative, reach out. You know, we have a lot of smart people here that have a lot of talents and ability. And I just implore each one of you to have all the department heads, every individual, come up with any idea to come up with additional funding to make sure that we have enough money in our town to make all operations work in addition to the police department. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name's Tracy Fournier. I live at 15 North Tunesbrook Drive. It's very obvious that you're all just graciously listening to all of us, and many of you will just vote for whatever someone wants, and the two intelligent people have considered this and of course will vote no. But it is going to pass, and so I will just say this. Once that happens, you will have effectively understaffed and defunded this police department. And every single soul that doesn't make it because there's not enough staff to handle it is on you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Liz Dorick. I live at 504 Pheasant Lane here in Toms River. First of all, I would like to say that I did send 3 emails to Mr. Roderick, and he did answer them, well, one of them, because the other 2, he didn't need to answer. It was about the Sunshine Law, which I guess he knows about. But anyhow, thank you, Mr. Roderick, for your answer. In that email, he schooled me on the responsibilities of a Toms River Township police captain, which I found quite ironic because I'm married to a retired Toms River Township police captain. And when I got that email, I asked my husband, did you really only supervise 1 lieutenant? That's what you did all day at work? I said, what did you do with the rest of your time? TikTok reels? And he said, no, Liz, we didn't have TikTok back then, which is true. The last time I had to stand in front of this township council was when Melanie Donahue was a councilwoman who attempted to pass a nepotism policy that would have affected the Toms River Police Department by not allowing our sons and daughters who grew up in this town to serve the police department in which they grew up. A majority of that committee, council, wanted that to pass. We stood like this that day, and we talked to them, and we asked them to table that ordinance until they had a better understanding of what they were doing. Now, I can honestly say there's 2 council people here that get it. Ms. O'Toole, I hope that you will stand up for yourself instead of having somebody say yes. As a woman, I'm asking you to not listen to what the men are telling you to do. You vote with your hearts. And you're listening to your future, because those of us that might have voted for you or might have voted for you after this will never again become one-term councilmen. And don't just look at us like we're a group of table-banging people, because goodness forbid that happens. We are passionate because we love this township. We've lived here, many of us, most of our lives. I'm sorry that Councilman Lamb stepped away because I grew up in Lavallette. I am asking you, each of you, don't just go with the crowd. Stand up, do what's right, and listen to your constituents. I thank you. I wish you a very happy Valentine's Day.
Before we move on, I just want to make one statement. It's very positive. I want to thank the gentlemen, I think there were 2 of them that had served in the military. I really wanted to thank you before you sat down, and thank you very much for your service. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. It's been a while since I've been in this room. First of all, I do see a lot of new faces. Just want to welcome Thomas Nivison, Lowman, Cozy, Quinslick, O'Toole. Never met you before, but it's nice to see you all. Mayor Roderick also. I respect everyone in this room, and I'm happy to be here. I don't know if I said my address. My name is Abraham Hershkowitz. My address is 342 Mark Drive. I live in Toms River. today's topic is really not about left or right. It's really center, and center is all of us here, including myself. What is going on with this idea to diminish and lower staff of the police department? My personal opinion is gonna, we're gonna end up in like apocalyptic chaos, because if we look around, our town has been run really good up until now. And I see things in one way, the way I see it. My personal view is assets and liabilities. Toms River Police is an asset, okay? And removing them is a liability. Meaning to say is that if we take out those two captains, or whatever it is, I'm just thinking we're trying to save $800,000, right? We're talking about $800,000, BS money. One liability, meaning to say is one lawsuit, or anything of that sort, will end up costing this town more money. So what are we doing? Assets and liabilities. That's the way I look at everything in my life. Is making this purchase going to be an asset, or if making this purchase is going to be a liability for me? I want to point out, something that I know personally, things that I've, people that I've known that have suffered from, crime in this town. We have people coming in from Newark and Irvington, committing felonic break-ins, and these juveniles that are coming in. When they come into this town, they know it's not a free-for-all. There's cops. But if we diminish that, we're basically saying, hey, welcome off the Parkway. Come in here in the middle of the night, break into people's homes. They come in. They have these juvenile gangs coming in from North Jersey. They give these children handguns, and they say, go steal vehicles, go break into cars, and go into people's bedrooms in the middle of the night while husband and wife is sleeping. Their kids are in the room, and they're rummaging looking for car keys so they can steal whatever car there is that they can get their hands on, and they go back to their town. We need the police in this town. On top of that, in the past, I've gone up on this mic, I would say about a year and a half ago. Happened to be, I didn't even know that Mitch Little was sitting in the meeting. I hadn't even known who he was. I think it was 2 years ago, actually. And I got up and spoke about a personal story that happened to my wife and I. Actually, correct. Dan Roderick was here. This happened in the mall. And there were these teenagers, these Toms River kids, verbally and sexually harassing people in the mall. And more. They were saying homophobic things towards people. It was, I never saw such a thing in my life. I was literally like, I was horrified. I had gone up to Mitch Little. I had, and he actually got up from his chair. He was sitting right there at the time in the front. And he got up and said, yeah, we have this issue. And I can tell you that we've been back to the mall. There's definitely been improvement there. There is security. Things are better. But my goal of this conversation today is really one thing. We definitely need the police, and we also need the EMTs. There's this trade-off. I don't know what exactly the equation is of the mayor or everyone here, and I respect everyone. I just don't know what this is about. But I can tell you, as a regular citizen, regular taxpayer, my goal is to make it very clear for myself, for my family, for everyone in this room, that eliminating or removing the positions of people on top, they are regular officers, they are new, they need guidance, they need people to look up to. I'm just thinking to myself, if I walk into a school, there's no dean or there's no principal or people, it'll be a free-for-all. People just, they need guidance, they need direction. I don't know. I'm asking, Mr. Mayor. And I'm not expecting an answer right now. I understand we're in front of the council, but there's definitely something that is going on as to why the council or whoever it is would do such a thing, to even think of the idea to remove people on the top in order to achieve something. I'm not sure what it is, but I want you to think about the repercussions. And what,
Sir,
what can
your
happen
time
to
is
our
up. Could you wrap it
town.
up, please?
I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Brian Jackson, U.S. Senate candidate here in New Jersey. My message is simple. While I'm not a resident of Ocean County or Toms River here, Toms Glad to see so many people out here today so passionate about this. My message is simple. Fund the police. Thank you.
Council President.
Just to be clear, there are 5 minutes left in the public section of comments for this ordinance, all right?
Be very
5
brief.
minutes left. Go ahead, sir.
I'll be very brief. My name is Joe Nardini. I live on Derry Drive in Toms River. A few years ago, I was running for the Board of Education, and Mr. Broderick put out a very, very disparaging letter about myself.
Talk more into the microphone, okay? Yeah, pick it right out.
He
That's
put a
it.
very, can you hear me now?
Yes.
A very disgusting letter about myself, a young lady in this audience who has 6 children, another mother who has 2, right? He sent the letter to Ms. O'Toole, she signed it, and he put it out just to stop me from being on the Board of Ed, okay? A few months later, I came here, and I voiced my concerns, and I watched him. In my opinion, this man is not of sound mind. He's not. In my opinion, he's a sociopath. He's a vindictive sociopath. And you people up here, you have to think on your own. You don't be sheep. I'm telling you, he's going to lead you, in other words, to slaughter. He's going to hurt this town, and then when he's out of here now or before 4 years, all right, we have to suffer the consequences. Don't do this to the people of our town. We run very smoothly here. I love this town. Everybody here loves this town. Now to add to this, not too long ago, before Mayor Roderick was sworn in, he knew he was going to be mayor, he spoke to some people and he said publicly, the first person I'm going to fire is Jillian Messina, who's a public information officer for the police. Jillian is my daughter. You tell me that isn't vindictive? Thank you very much.
This is our last speaker, sir, for the public portion of this meeting. Go ahead.
Blank, 224 Edgemere. Robert Blank, 224 Edgemere Drive, Toms River. I'm a CSO. I was hired in 2005 by the police department. Love working for the police department. I have nothing bad to say about them. I'm sorry that this wedge is between us now because we've been understaffed so long by the Township Committee. It would be a non-issue today had they properly staffed us. All the EMS supervisors, police department supervisors have all come to this committee prior to add more staffing to counter the calls we've been having, and they constantly refused. We had a boot on our throat for years. We're finally getting 6 people hired, or 8 people hired, and possibly more than that. We need it. We're way behind everybody else around us with less calls. We've doubled in volume with the same amount of employees since 2007. Nobody's been hired. There is people who want the job, by the way. There's a lot of mischaracterizations, misrepresentations by people up here. Nobody was coming for the part-time job. We have, as of Friday, it was 14 applicants for a job that's not even advertised yet for full-time. There's many people who want to come here for a decent salary and a decent job. I tell you the days when I was told you should be kissing the bricks when you walk into this building, happy to have a job, you'd be gone to the stroke of a pen. We've been held down by certain people, I'm not going to remain nameless, they're not a factor anymore. For so many years, we're finally getting funded. It's a shame that it goes on the backs of the police department. That's my only regret. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like a motion to close the public portion of the discussion on the order.
Mr. Cole,
May I have a motion? With motions and seconded?
Sorry, was there a first?
Can I speak? I drove 2 hours to get here. I'd like to
No,
speak.
sorry, sir, the 90 minutes is up. You can speak at the end of the meeting. At the end of the meeting, you may speak, okay?
No, no, I'd
You'll
like
have a
to
chance
speak.
to come back up. You
I
will.
want everybody to hear what I got to say.
We got a first and a
This is
second.
deja vu
Take-
for me.
take the vote.
This
who
is
made it first?
deja vu for me.
Who made the vote?
1978, I got laid off by the Newark Police Department. There was no morale left in the department. Mayor Gibson
Can I please get a
destroyed
motion?
the department. Why did he destroy the department? Because he said he needed
Take the vote.
I'd like
social
Can
workers
we please
instead of
take a
cops.
motion to close public comment.
Now I'm hearing we need EMS workers instead of cops. You people are all crazy.
A motion to close public comment was made by Council President O'Toole and seconded by Council Vice President O'Toole.
You're all a bunch of full of shit.
Take the vote.
Councilman President Coleman,
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole, Councilman Sekozy,
No. Keep it going.
Councilman Lamb,
Yes.
Councilman Loebman,
Yes.
Councilman Nivison,
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk.
Absolutely not.
Public comment has been closed on this ordinance. We'll take a motion to move the ordinance.
I'll make a motion to move it.
Sorry, there was a motion by Councilman Nivison. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to approve this ordinance was made by Councilman Nivison and seconded by Council Vice President O'Toole. Councilman Nivison?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole?
Yes.
Councilman Sekozy?
Before I vote, I hope everyone understands what the heck is going on here. It has nothing to do with the police department or EMS. It's about the decapitation of our police department.
Councilman, can I have your vote, please?
And it's just like every other department in this town.
Councilman Sekozy, your vote, please.
Scary thing.
What is your vote, Councilman?
I vote no.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Before I vote, the one person we have not heard from tonight in all of this is Chief Little, and I'd ask that Chief Little come up here and tell me how this will negatively...
Councilman Quinlisk? Councilman Quinlisk, what is your vote?
Chief, I'm sorry, you'll have to wait until the end of the meeting, Chief.
Again, I
Continue the vote.
how will this negatively affect...
Continue the vote.
Councilman Quinlisk, what is your vote?
How will this negatively affect the police department? How
Councilman
will it
Continue the
negatively
vote.
affect our
Consider vote.
town? Mr. Little?
Sorry,
Chief
you're
Little?
out of order.
Councilman Quinlisk, can I please have your vote?
I can render a vote after Ms. Little gives us an insight on the subject. I believe that's only
Move on.
appropriate here.
Move
since
on
we're
to the
trying-
next councilman.
Since we live in a state with a Democratic governor putting a target on the police,
Move
and a
on to the-
Democratic attorney general putting a target on the police, and now we have Democrats running part of town
You're out of
hall,
order.
and we're not going to give our police chief an opportunity to defend his position?
This is not the correct time.
Chief, we will let you speak at the end of the meeting for sure. We will. All right, could you please continue the vote?
Councilman
All right.
Quinlisk, your vote, please. Councilman Quinlisk, your vote, please.
There's absolutely no way that anybody that has done any research on this subject can believe that in a town with a $46 million surplus that we need to cut our police department to fund 8 additional CSOs.
Councilman Quinlisk, I need your vote,
My
please.
Calling for your
vote, my
vote.
vote, if I'm allowed, is hell no.
Okay, thank you.
Council President Coleman, your vote.
As president of the council, well, I'm sorry.
Sir, this should be put on hold and negotiated.
This past November, over 71% of the voters in Toms River elected the Roderick team,
69.4.
indicating they were not happy with the direction. You know, a little respect would
Councilman
be
Coleman, your vote, please.
appreciated. A little respect would be appreciated. We're adults here, okay? I have a chance to speak just like everybody else does. Just show a little courtesy and a little respect. You're more mature than that. Come on.
Mr. President,
I'm going to speak.
69.4% of the people voted for him. That means there's another
You're out of
86,000
order.
residents that
You
did
are
not.
out of order.
Council President, your vote, please.
My vote is yes.
Item 8 is an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending Section 165-45B of the
Excuse me,
Township
just
Code
a
to
minute.
eliminate the
Clerk,
adoption fees.
Clerk, excuse me. I don't think Mr. Loban had a chance to vote.
No, I did.
Okay, I apologize. I thought he didn't. Okay, go ahead. Press on.
Item 8 is an ordinance of the Township Council, Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending Section 165-45B of the Township Code to eliminate the adoption fees for dogs and cats from the Toms River Animal Shelter. This is the final reading.
Move the ordinance.
This is the final reading. This requires a public comment.
Is there public comment on this ordinance? Is there public comment on this ordinance?
Exactly.
Okay, if hearing none, then we'll take the vote, please.
There's,
Motion to close the public portion of the meeting on...
there's,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir, come forward.
Yeah, hi, I'm Andy Drag.
Go ahead, sir.
57 Chatham Drive, Tom's River.
excuse me. I believe that, I don't think the microphone's on.
Hello? Can you hear it?
Go ahead,
Hello?
sir.
Pick it up and talk into it.
Hello? Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Andy Drag, 1557 Chatham Drive. I don't agree with having free adoption
Please,
for the
wait a
animals.
Wait a minute, sir, wait a
I'm
minute.
trying to talk.
Just wait a minute. Order. Sir, you got the floor, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't agree with the free adoption for the animals. That if people can't afford to pay the adoption fee for the animals, they can't adequately take care of them. Also, I don't agree with moving the animal shelter to becoming part of Ocean County Animal Shelters. They're a kill shelter. They've killed 51% of cats that they've had in their custody and 8% of dogs. I don't think it's right to make decisions to move them into a kill shelter when these animals can't speak for themselves.
Do you mind if I just clarify a point on the animal shelter? Thank you. So, just so you know, there's no move at
President should be answering.
at the present time to move the animal shelter out. As far as Ocean County being a kill shelter versus Tom's River, it's actually completely reverse. In the 2021 data and the 2022 data, Tom's River put down 12.5% of the animals they took in. Ocean County put down 0.5%. So an animal that comes into the Tom's River shelter is actually 25 times more likely to be put down than it is. And as far as the adoption fees, I understand what you're saying, but we just cleared 60 animals that were filling the cages, so.
Mayor,
Could you share those metrics? Because the only metrics I can
Absolutely,
find
we're on the
online.
state.
Wait a minute,
state's
hold on,
website.
guys,
If you
please.
want, I'll give it to you at the end of the.
Mayor,
meeting.
just let him make his comments, okay?
I think he was
I know he's
addressed it, right?
I know, but let him make his comments. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I believe that we should still maintain the shelter, and if we are killing animals, we shouldn't be. They can't speak for themselves, and most of the time, it's not for medical reasons.
I understand. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. You can hold the mic if it's easier for you.
Julie Adamek, 69 Cedar Grove Road. I had spoken about at the January 18th meeting.
Hold the mic a little closer. That's it.
Okay, I had spoken at the January 18th meeting, but I've also sent several of the council an email. Hopefully you've read that. But as far as the fee, eliminating the fee, I had volunteered at the old animal shelter for several years. I was involved with an animal rescue group for several years, so I'm knowledgeable on this subject. My gut feeling tells me that many of you on this council either have no pets or dislike pets, because it's with all the problems that Tom's River has, which are not many, except for the ones that you're creating now. Why you would pick on defenseless animals at this time when we have more important things to deal with in town. But as far as eliminating the fee, there's a few critical things that you should be considering. Number one, by eliminating the fee, there are people out there that are seeking animals for lab experimentation. There are hoarders out there that have to be screened and weeded out. There were two horrendous incidents in Bricktown that got public attention in the last year or two relating to hoarding. So you're going to attract that type of population. The bottom line is people should have an appointment. It should not be an impulsive decision to adopt an animal. And if anybody knows anything about animals, oftentimes it's the animal that selects the person. I've adopted animals from a shelter, and it's oftentimes the animal that picks the person. So maybe the right person didn't come along. But you also have an issue with the animal shelter that there are large dogs, and large dogs are harder to, and it takes longer to get those animals adopted. But eliminating the fee is not going to solve that problem. What you need to do was what was done in the past when they had the old dog animal shelter. They had a trainer come in. It might have been on a volunteer basis, but they came in and they did some assessments on some of the animals that were there a while. And they would work on training, basic training. That makes the animals more adoptable. But eliminating rescues and shelters from time to time do eliminate their fee, but it's on a temporary basis. It's not via an ordinance that's going to be a permanent step. You could make a proclamation, eliminate it for a month or 2 months or 3 months just to lower the fee so that you could get animals adopted. But you're opening a can of worms for all of these other issues by eliminating this fee permanently. As far as the location of the shelter, I happened to drive down Oak Avenue today before this meeting, and you have no sign. If you're coming from the Ocean County Mall, you have no sign on Oak Avenue indicating that there's even an animal shelter.
Can I interrupt you for a second? All I want you to know is we are working on that. We are going to have a sign there. That's a good point.
And we haven't eliminated the application process and the vetting process, so that's still in place. I have 3 adopted cats, 4 rescued goats. Dan he's the biggest dog lover I've ever met, and most of the people up here probably do love animals, so we're very sensitive to animals.
Well,
that's the only reason we're concerned with
Well,
it.
I think that if you did know about, animals, that you would realize that animals do end up in cages, even if they're in a rescue.
I've
even
spent
if you
years at shelters. I understand animals.
I think that the statements that have been made in the press, unfortunately,
Mostly are false.
May I, Council President, may I just, do you mind if I?
Hold on a second, let me just say.
I have
When you're done,
I
when you're
have
done.
5 minutes, so
Yeah, all right, we won't detract. Would you mind if the mayor made a statement?
I have 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, when you're
We'll
done with your.
I'll give you the full 5 minutes, I promise.
Yeah, I just want everybody to know that when we first took office, one of the first places I went, because there were about 6 years' worth of complaints where this room would fill with folks who were concerned about the conditions at the animal shelter. One of the first places I went, it was on a Saturday in the first week in January, I went down to the shelter. And when I went to open the door was locked. A woman came to the door, opened the door and said, "I'm sorry, we're by appointment only." She noticed I was the mayor then after that and said, "Oh, Mr. Mayor, come on in." And when I went in, all the cages were filled. I subsequently asked for a spreadsheet and found that most of the animals were there for a very long time. So I sent someone down there who I trusted, who was also an animal lover, Drew Chabot, who took the lead down there, and he's gotten almost all the animals adopted. Not charging, first of all, being only by appointment and charging excessive fees. I think that's what contributed to the shelter being completely full. I asked if we could maybe be open in the afternoons when people get home from work a few days a week, but the folks down at the shelter were not super interested in that. So it's been a goal of the administration, not because it's good politics, but just because it's good policy and it's good for the animals, to figure out how to fix that. And we've been working at it. In the previous administration, the administration before that did nothing in response to public outcries. We've been mischaracterized, and there are a few people who are placing things out on social media that are completely false. They're saying that animals are going to Jackson to be put down. That is completely contrary to the state data, which every animal shelter has to report to, which shows that in fact Ocean County runs a very good shelter where only 0.5% of the animals, all of whom are court cases, only 0.5% are put down. And in Toms River, the same data says that we put down 12.5%. So that would mean an animal that shows up at the Toms River shelter is 25 times more likely to not get adopted and to be put down than it is if it goes to the county shelter, which is why, yes, we have discussed with the county the possibility of of them taking over and running the shelter. No shelter would be closed. We haven't really decided whether we want to do that or not. We've put a tremendous amount of energy into something that frankly is not very public, and you don't receive any accolades. In fact, we've received a lot of emails about it. Again, we haven't made a decision what we're doing, but right now they have 7 dogs, I believe, and 10 cats. And when we first got into office, it was entirely filled, and it was by appointment only. So this ordinance is really just one of the things that we used to try to get those animals adopted.
Well, I adopted 2 cats from the shelter that were older. One was 8 and one was 9 last December, not of 23, the year before. And the one was there for 5 months and one was there for 6 months. One, their owner died, and one, the owner moved, and they must have not been able to take those pets. Fortunately, that animal shelter staff gave those animals the chance to have a good forever home now with me. But like I said, what I think is not coming out in the press is that the animal shelter has been chronically understaffed, because I was volunteering at the old shelter. It was smaller. There was fewer animals there, and there was much more staff. So this animal shelter has had its hands tied behind its back because it's had so many animals and not enough staff to do the job. So I can understand you want to increase the hours, perhaps once a week, to make it so that somebody could get there for, after work. However, you have to have the staffing in place before you do that. The staff, that the animal control officers get called into the field for all types of things. You could have a deer stuck in mud. You could have a big dog, a cane corso, aggressive dog running around in a parking lot in Walmart that they have to try to get. That's not a 5-minute job to try to go out and get that animal. So they're pulled in many different directions in addition to trying to take care of the animals on the premises. And I know the staff members there really are animal advocates, and they love animals. So I would suggest to you also that you resurrect the volunteer program, because when I was there at the old shelter, we had a robust program that was 7 days a week, and that helped tremendously with the animals. And I would be willing to volunteer again to deal with the,
We'd love to have you.
the animals.
We'd love to have you.
We really appreciate
That's all I have
your
to say.
ideas and your compassion, and thank you for adopting.
Yeah.
It's not closed.
No, he didn't.
Who said he closed it?
Never said it.
Who did he say it to?
Never said it.
He said it to all of you guys?
Do you guys have integrity? Do you know what integrity means?
Mayor,
Any of you?
Ma'am, you have to give your name,
Sandra.
your address, and your town.
My name is Sandra. I don't feel comfortable giving my name with defunding the police.
Well, you have to. That's
Yes, that's
Tom
part
River.
It's the regulation.
Tom's River.
No, address.
255 Oak Ave.
Thank you.
Do you guys know what integrity is? Either of you?
Is this relative to the animal shelter, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right.
Do you know what integrity is? Any of you sitting up there? You?
I think we do.
Do you? Okay. There's 2 councilmen up here right now. You guys live in Tom's River. You have families,
Who
correct?
absolutely have none,
You have
in our
what?
opinion.
You have what?
They have absolutely no integrity.
Who? None of you.
He's talking about Councilman Quinnslick and
Oh,
Councilman
no.
C. Cozy.
These 2 have integrity.
Yeah, well,
So-
you're saying we don't.
No,
so
no, let's stop.
Yeah,
Stop.
we don't.
Ma'am, please, ma'am, please
Okay,
make your
this is
comments,
correct.
okay?
Keep it to the shelter, please.
Tom,
Okay.
Stop.
Listen.
Stop.
Yeah. We should probably stop, right? You guys have families. You guys, I know for a fact, there's 2 people sitting on this council. 2 of them have said that they cannot sleep by what is going on and that what Mayor Roderick is doing is wrong. And one of them have told the mayor that they wanted to quit, and Roderick said, no, we need you. No, he doesn't need you. He needs your weak mind. That's all this comes down to.
Are we talking about the shelter, ma'am?
Yes, this is about the shelter.
Could you please tie the shelter into your speech?
The shelter is now in my speech.
But you
Okay.
have to make your point,
I
which
made my
includes
point.
the shelter.
You guys have no integrity. Every single one of you sitting up here, besides these two gentlemen who actually have political integrity,
That's
have
not
nothing.
talking about the shelter, thank you.
You guys don't even care. Lobman, no. Coleman, no.
Next.
You, Mayor Roderick, no.
Any other speakers concerning the shelter? If not, then, oh, yes, go ahead. Okay. I'd like to have a motion to close the public comments on this ordinance.
Second.
Take the vote.
Who made the second?
Mr. Logan.
A motion to close public comment was made by Council Vice President O'Toole and seconded by Councilman Loebman. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
I oppose.
Final public comment is now closed. Take a motion to move the ordinance.
Second.
A motion made by Council Vice President O'Toole and seconded by Councilman Loebman. Council Vice President O'Toole? Yes. Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Zakozy?
Mr. Roderick did state during his talk that he wasn't sure what he was going to do with the shelter. If the county was going to take it over, or he was going to close it, or he wasn't sure of his options. So, my gut tells me they're eventually going to close this shelter.
Councilman, can I have your vote, please?
Please make your vote, Dave. That's not appropriate this time. Okay.
Councilman
Thank you.
Lamb?
Just want to thank the mayor for standing up again for those animals. The conditions were deplorable, and for those reasons, I vote yes.
Councilman Iverson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinliss?
I know it's not much, but the shelter needs those fees, and if the shelter doesn't need those fees, then perhaps we can use that a little bit to help offset the CSO program. I vote no.
Council President Coleman?
I just want to make it clear that I also am a dog lover. I had a wonderful English sheepdog, Rumpelstiltskin, who I loved so much and cried when I had to have him put down. So I am definitely a dog lover, but I'm going to also vote yes.
Item 9 is an ordinance of the Township, Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing the Township Code to 1, establish divisions of road and sanitation within Chapter 40, Department of Administration, 2, repeal Chapter 54, Department of Public Works in its entirety, and 3, place the Division of Parks, Buildings, and Grounds under the Department of Recreation. This is a final reading.
I'd like to open for public comment on this ordinance. Come right ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. My name is Janet Lang. I live at 37 Cedar Drive, Toms River. I just want to say I'm kind of sad everybody left because there's a lot more things that are coming down the pike here, and we should all stand together for everything that's going on in this town. Mr. Coleman, it's confusing to me, and perhaps other members of the public, that there have been 2 different ordinances regarding proposed changes to the Department of the Public Works since January 1st, 2024. Each ordinance makes extensive changes to this department that go against the recommendations of the comprehensive efficiency study for the Township of Toms River performed by Government Strategy Group in 2021. Have you all read this?
Yes.
Wonderful. It's an education. Honestly, it's an education. I have copies of certain things I'm going to reference, so I'm going to pass them up to you.
Sit it down. Thank you. Yep.
I have serious doubts that the changes that you're proposing have been studied and vetted to be beneficial for the future of the township. The need for complete restructuring of this department and any divisions to be placed under the Township Business Administrator and/or the Department of Recreation should be scrutinized by the council and the public. Neither of these departments currently have any significant overlapping of related services or qualified staff to manage the proposed divisions that will be created. Now, it is unsure from the vague ordinance that you're proposing whether this actually eliminates jobs or creates jobs. There's no transparency in that. The efficiency study performed by Government Strategy Group in 2021 addresses the need for the Division of Parks, Buildings, and Grounds to be under the purview of the Department of Public Works. 3 separate times. You can read these for yourself on the pages that I just handed out to you. I have highlighted the appropriate passages. It should be noted that upon review of this study, this is a recommendation that the Township Council acted on, passing ordinance number 4725-21 on December 28th in 2021, establishing that the Division of Parks, Buildings, and Grounds be under the purview of the Department of Public Works. I could find no evidence in my research, and believe me, I'm researching a lot, that this ordinance has a negative impact on the responsibilities of the Department of Public Works. In fact, it is my belief that this improved operations streamlined the purchasing, usage, and upkeep of equipment that is now being shared throughout the Department of Public Works and the Parks, Building, and Grounds Department, now a division. The Township Business Administrator and Recreation Director already manage substantial parts of the Township's operations. According to the Tom Observer organizational chart, the Business Administrator oversees the Division of Personnel, Information Technology, Purchasing, Administrative Assistance, and general oversight to all departments. That's a lot of jobs. The Recreation Director already manages the Bay Lee Golf Course, Winding River Ice Skating Rink, Youth Services, all park and picnic permits, Township beaches and pools, Township summer camps, recreational programs, athletic field schedules, and more. The Business Administrator and the Recreation Director do not specialize in the duties that are the responsibility of the Department of Public Works, examples of which include janitorial services, snow removal, electrical and other utility repairs and maintenance, parks and playground upkeep, building and facility improvements. Is it appropriate for a Recreation Director to oversee new windows being installed at Town Hall? Mr. Coleman, as the former superintendent for the vocational school, I'm positive that you would continue to support the livelihoods of the township staff members that have the skill sets and training to work as a tradesman for our township. Most of them working for the existing Department of Public Works. Since I've heard I'm not allowed to ask questions, I'll try to say these in a rhetorical sense. Where can members of the public find new evidence or thorough study that the current structure of the Department of Public Works should be changed? Have the current or previous managers and their union representatives been given the opportunity to provide input to the proposed changes to the department? Okay, I'll just say one more quick thing. Is it your intention to put any of these divisions out for public bid, essentially privatizing the divisions of Public Works?
Is that a question for me or for the council president?
Oh, no, I don't have any questions for you.
No?
That was for Mr.
Okay, well, no, we're not.
No.
Council President, may I have just a second?
Nobody's talked about
Council President,
privatization
may I
to me
take a
at
moment?
any time.
So there is no plan to outsource Public Works. All this ordinance does is codify what has been going on in Town Hall for the last 4 years, which is we had 2 people in charge of sanitation and in charge of roads that were reporting directly to the business administrator. And we eliminated the department head position because no one had been in it for 3 years. So all this does is codify what has been taking place for the last 4 years. That's all it does. It doesn't change staffing. It eliminates a position that's been empty for 4 years. That's it.
By the way, I'd just like to clarify, I was never superintendent of the vocational schools. I did have the privilege of being vocational principal in 3 of the vocational schools over 20 years. And it was a really rewarding experience. Did we have challenges? Yes, we did. But we talk about supervision. As principal, my last stop was in Toms River. As principal of that vocational school, I was responsible for supervising over 40 people myself. I had no one under me to help me out. I had to do it all by myself. The worst thing was we kept getting state mandates that we had to live up to, which took time away. They wanted us in classrooms, took times away from us working with teachers. But anyway, I just wanted to be clarified that I was never superintendent of the vocational school, okay?
I'm sorry, apparently I missed that one thing in my research. But I just hope, sir, that you stand by all of those people that you help to educate and help them get good jobs, that allow them to give health insurance to their families, and that their jobs are not eventually eliminated by this council, because their department employs over 150 people,
Ma'am,
which
your-
will
your
affect
time was
greater,
up. Your time was up, okay?
I can
Please.
assure you
which
that
will affect more than 4
Ma'am,
police officers.
please.
no one has ever
Tracy.
spoken about privatizing any department in this town that I know of. No one. Not to me.
I hope it doesn't come up, but if it does, my comments are on record, and so are yours,
I am
sir.
not in favor of privatization. I could say that here right now. I remember everything.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to have a motion to close the public comment
I promise.
of this ordinance.
Second the motion.
Lynn made the motion.
The motion was made by Council Vice President O'Toole and seconded by Councilman Nivison.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Public comment is closed. I'll take a motion to move the ordinance.
I'll make the motion.
We have- Mr. Loban seconded.
A motion is made by Councilman Lamb and seconded by Councilman Loebman. Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Sokozy?
No.
Councilman Nivison?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Council President, I have one quick question. You've created 3 different divisions within one. Sounds like more people are going to be hired to do those roles. And if this was all an attempt to get rid of one guy, it seems a little weird, especially when, as per Ms. Lang, DPW works fine the way it was. There's no real reason to break it up. And if it's just to fire one guy, it seems a little crazy. Why? How many more people are getting hired to fill the positions by breaking it up?
No one was
Mr.
hired.
President, how many more people are getting hired to fill those positions?
I have no idea.
Councilman Quinlisk, your vote, please.
But this is your agenda and your meeting. My vote is no.
It's our understanding that no one else
Council
is
Vice
being-
President O'Toole?
This is like,
Council President Coleman?
Yes.
Item 10 is an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Section 477-70, Schedule 12, stopped intersections of Chapter 477, Vehicles and Traffic of the Township Code to include the placement of stop signs on Hickory Hill Road at the intersection of Hickory Hill Road and Harbor View. This is a final reading.
Any public discussion on this ordinance? Hearing none, I'd like to have a motion to close the public portion of the discussion.
Second.
Are all in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Take a motion to move the ordinance, please.
Second.
Motion is made by Council Vice President O'Toole and seconded by Councilman Loebman. Council Vice President O'Toole? Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Sokozy?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Nivison?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council President Coleman?
Yes.
Item 11 is an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Section 477-70, Schedule 12, stop intersections of Chapter 477, Vehicles and Traffic of the Township Code, stop signs installed on Yorktown Boulevard and Mount Carmel Boulevard, all approaches. This is a final reading.
Any public discussion on this ordinance? Hearing none, that I would like a motion to close the portion of discussion. Motion, Mr. Loban made the motion, seconded by Mr.
Are all in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Take a motion to move the ordinance.
Move the ordinance.
Second.
A motion is made by Councilman Lamb and seconded by Councilman Loebman. Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Sokozy?
Yes.
Councilman Iveson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Council President Coleman?
Yes.
Item 12 is an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Section 477-79, Schedule 21, speed limits of Chapter 477, Vehicles and Traffic of the Township Code, reducing the speed limit on Hobson's Boulevard, speed reduced to 25 miles per hour for the entire length, and remove Zone 1 and Zone 2. This is the final reading.
Any public discussion on this ordinance? Hearing none, need a motion to close the public portion of this ordinance?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Take a motion to move the ordinance, please.
Move the ordinance.
Make that motion.
A motion is made by Councilman Lamb and seconded by Councilman Loebman. Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Sokozy?
Yes.
Councilman Iveson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Council President Coleman?
Yes.
Item 13 is an ordinance of the Township Council of Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Section 477-79, Schedule 21, speed limits of Chapter 477, Vehicles and Traffic of the Township Code, reducing the speed limit on Yorktown Boulevard, speed reduced to 25 miles per hour for the entire length. This is the final reading.
Any public comment on this ordinance? Hearing none, I'd like a motion to close the public portion of this ordinance.
Make the motion.
Mr. Logan made the motion. Second, anybody?
A second.
Mr. Narveson, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Take a motion to move the ordinance.
Move the ordinance.
Second.
A motion is made by Councilman Lamb and seconded by Councilman Loebman. Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Sokozy?
Yes.
Councilman Iveson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Council President Coleman?
Yes.
Item 14 is an ordinance of the Township Council, Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Section 48-6 of the Township Code to create the Division of Zoning, Planning, and Property Maintenance, and repealing Section 48-8. This is the final reading.
Any public comment on this ordinance? Yes, sir, come right up. Not a problem.
I'm going to do it right this time. Joe Coco, 161 Walnut Creek Lane, Tomsville, New Jersey, 08753.
Perfect.
I have a question on this particular ordinance, the way it's written. Establishing a division of zoning, planning, and property maintenance. So my question is, number one, what department is that in? Is that in community and engineering?
Would you like an explanation? This is the administration that put this on. So what this does is, as you know, we eliminated the certificate of occupancy ordinance. That resulted in the elimination of about 5 inspectors and a few other folks that were in that department that were added to for the CO. So those positions were eliminated. So now there are 3 code enforcement officers and a supervisor. So what this does is put them under one department head, which is the township engineer. So they need to be under someone's supervision, because having a director's position or a supervisory role, a manager position above 3 or 4 employees would just not be fiscally responsible. So code enforcement officers will now be observed by the same folks that zoning and building are. So the township engineer will supervise all those departments after the reduction.
Right, but Mayor, they have been. In other words, the Department of Code Enforcement has been under the engineers, under community. They had a manager, so they had a supervisor and a manager. And they were,
The managing position is gone, and now this puts their supervisor and staff directly under the engineer. That's all it does.
Okay.
So the engineer, instead of the engineer and then a manager, and then them. This puts them under engineering. That's all it does, which is honestly where they belong, because zoning, code enforcement, building, and the complaints associated with that, and/or fines and activities, they're all related in many cases.
But again, that doesn't split up, that doesn't split up code enforcement?
No.
Okay.
No,
That supervisor doesn't lose, his position?
No, there was a manager that after that was shrunk down to a third, that the manager was also rifted as well, but now those folks are going to be managed by the township engineer.
But supervised by the...
Supervised by the supervisor. The supervisor is still there.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, but my question is, and maybe I'm going to go over the 5 minutes.
Could we please extend Mr. Coco 5 minutes, because I did answer. Sorry about that. If you want me again, I'll answer.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, because, again, everybody's still in a learning process. But, I've been part of the organization, reorganization, et cetera, of that department. So, as it was withstanding as, a Department of Code Enforcement, which included housing, still includes housing, rentals, and those inspections. And then it had included what was repelled. Basically, I think if it's going to be under this division, it has zoning, planning, and property maintenance. The property maintenance really is a part of code enforcement, as opposed to the way it's written, with zoning, planning, property maintenance. Maybe that should be written zoning, planning, and code enforcement, and under,
property maintenance and
right.
It's interchangeable, those words. So property maintenance, code enforcement, they're the same.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It goes a little bit further, because code enforcement basically uses the terminology of codes, code enforcement, and a lot of their work is property maintenance.
Well, if your concern is whether or not we're reducing that department any further, the answer is no. We reduced it as a result of the certificate of occupancy ordinance.
Right.
Now they just need a manager.
Okay.
That's essentially all this does.
Right. I mean, that's, and again, like I said, that's who the supervisor currently reports to. And that's who the manager was reporting to. The manager was reporting to the engineer. So you had like 3 levels.
Right, which is if we're down to 3 code enforcement officers, having a supervisor and a manager, and then a department head is pretty excessive, right, as far as management to staff. So,
Yeah, I think.
yeah.
Yeah. But again, just so, because the public gets very confused. And we've had that, because the public is very confused when they're calling something in, when they're calling a property maintenance problem, or an engineering problem. And we've seen it where, they'll call in because my neighbor has his grass too high. That's a property maintenance issue, okay? Or there is garbage thrown all over, Silverton Farms on Silverton Road in front of the property. Just use that as an example. But what I'm saying, in other words, so there is confusion on those folks' calls. A lot of those folks call Public Works, but when they see it as the Department of Code Enforcement, that's basically where they think about it and they call. And I'm just talking about it like from my experience there. And again, I offered a couple meetings ago to give my experience and my help to do any of these things.
If I can interject, perhaps this can be cleared up when our newsletter comes out, and I'll direct the mayor to put in a clear explanation of who to contact for certain situations. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I didn't know the newsletter was going to come out. You're going to continue the newsletter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, again, but I just want to make sure, with the other confusion that, we've heard on different departments and all that, this one's a little smaller department, but sometimes the smaller departments are the ones that get forgotten. So that's,
Okay.
You know, you have my cell phone, you can call me whenever you want about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I can tell you, maybe we can, get together and, that. The other thing I would like to suggest to each and every one of you is that you do get out, and, and the mayor, get out to the departments. Try to, in between, try to get down there, meet with people. And again, that was the same thing with the departments in the basement. Okay, sometimes they felt that some council members didn't even know where the basement was.
I plan on doing that. Retired, and I'm very interested in doing that. I already told the mayor I'd like to meet the department
And
heads.
that's it, because some of the departments, like I said, some of the councils didn't know who was what.
Right.
And where. So that's what I'm saying. So, I'm trying to look from the standpoint of the positives that can really, 'cause I want to help. I love this town. And like I said, I've supported the police department for many years. There's a lot of good people there.
I don't want to cut you off, but can we wrap that up, because somebody else wants to
What I'm
speak,
basically
okay?
saying is I'm putting this stuff out here so that you can all understand.
Understand.
And ask, just ask, and we'll do it.
Thank you very,
Yeah,
very
we can
much.
Get together and go over some of that. Okay? Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Jennifer Howe, 22 Admiral Avenue. Some of you might not know me. I was the other person Joe Nardini was speaking about when Ms. O'Toole and Mr. Lobbin set out, and the mayor sent a disgusting flyer about me when I was running. So that's who I am, just in case you didn't know. Since you haven't been to all these departments yet, President Coleman, and you're still learning how the township works, why are we passing all these ordinances and getting rid of positions? We're down to 3 code enforcement officers now in the town, Mr. Coleman? Are we down to 3 code enforcement officers in the town, President Coleman?
I have to pass that question.
No,
on.
I'm asking you. This
I'm
is your
sorry,
meeting.
I don't know.
Okay,
I
you don't know, but
every-
you're passing.
Ma'am,
okay,
this is my,
Okay.
bear with me, okay?
I'm going to bear with you.
I've been on this position for a very short
And you're
period
passing a lot
time.
of items that you do not know. I'm not being combative. I'm just saying to get rid of all these departments and all these things, and you haven't been to all the departments, and you don't, not just
I
you,
rely-
I'm speaking. I get my 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. You're voting on these ordinances, all the new council. I was a board member. You have to learn. Before you start combining these departments, do you know what they are doing? It takes a long time to learn how a town runs. And you're on 14 ordinances. You're on AA for resolutions. And I understand a lot happens in the beginning of the new year, but you're passing these things. You don't know what you're voting on, really. So as a property owner of a rental property, if I have an issue with my tenants, who do I call now? Now this is one department. But they're saying that this
Why would you
is...
call code enforcement? for
Okay,
rental?
but there is no code enforcement. What division is that under now?
Code enforcement, you would call code enforcement.
I'm not speaking, I'm speaking to the president. I will not ever speak to you.
No,
Ever.
no, but you'll yell out from the back of the room,
I
because
will yell
that's
out from the back of the
proper
room.
for a
I
school
will,
board member.
I'm asking you
or
not to
for
speak
some
to
other
me,
folks
sir. You
who yell
accuse me
out.
of distributing child pornography, and I'm a
Really?
mother of 6 children.
Really?
You're a disgusting human being. You know that you did it.
Oh.
Everyone knows that you did it. Do not speak to me.
Really?
Do not speak to me.
So then
I am
you-
not speaking
if
to
you
you,
don't want an
and I will
answer-
not look at
if you don't want an answer, then
Do
why
not
are you
look
here?
at me.
You're
I'm
here for
asking the president of the
politics
council. This is his
season.
meeting.
It's political
I'm-
Let's
season.
get this meeting.
Excuse me.
Political season and it's grandstanding season.
Mr. Coleman,
If you don't want an answer,
property,
then
I'm
don't
not
ask.
speaking to the mayor. I am
You don't have
speaking
to
to the
speak to him.
president.
I'm speaking
like
to
to-
you.
And I don't need to listen to you. I'm asking the president of the council.
What is your question? Well, first of all, you're not supposed to be asking questions, you're supposed to make comments.
Okay, well, this is my comment. Because the new mayor didn't like the newsletter, I hope it still goes out so we know. Well, there'll be phone numbers listed, and with everything being put together now and all these, there's almost 100,000 people in town. We have 3 or 4 code enforcement officers now, which is crazy with all the new buildings going on. So as an owner of a rental property, if I have a problem, I can call the number, and now that we're down to 3 people for 100,000 people or 4 people, how long am I expected to wait?
That's a question.
Comment.
Okay, so my comment is we're gonna have to wait a long time, and you don't know what you're doing yet So I advise all of you to wait to vote instead of having like this, unless, like, you have to know what you're voting on. I mean, I had Mr. Lobman tell me that he didn't even know that a flyer went out with my name on it. You sometimes follow people blindly because you trust them, but you have to know exactly what you're voting on.
I have never seen
And
a
I
flyer
don't
with
know
your name on
who
it.
to call for the code enforcement, so maybe put it on your Tom's River page and say who we're supposed to call now for all of our questions, since everything is being combined and you're cutting staff in a growing community, which does not make sense.
Ms. Howe, can I ask you a question? Did I respond to every one of your emails?
I don't care.
And comments? I responded to everyone.
That's not any of the questions I asked you.
Okay.
She doesn't care. She's politically grandstanding.
Okay. That's all.
She doesn't care.
When someone accuses you of distributing child pornography and you are a mother and in school to be a teacher, it is disgusting. Mrs. O'Toole, you're nodding at me. Your name was on the flyer. Your name was in the text message.
Let's see this flyer.
So,
let's see this
Dana,
flyer.
you have the text
Let's
message.
see this flyer.
It wasn't a
you're
flyer.
talking
I'm
about.
sorry. It was a text
Let's
message.
see the flyer.
It was a text message.
It's political
And I-
season, and you're
oh
running
my-
for the school
oh,
board
yeah.
again, and you're grandstanding at a meeting. Let's see this flyer
Sorry,
you're
but I'm
talking
not
about. You
running
don't have a
anything.
flyer because you're making
enough.
this up. 'cause
That's
you're-
enough.
It's,
That's enough.
It's nonsense. It's nonsense. You have no class. You're yelling from the stadium, from the peanut gallery, like a child.
Is there
and you do
anybody-
the same thing.
Mayor,
it's the same
Mayor,
five people that
Mayor,
were
Mayor,
meeting
please.
that yell out from the back. 5 people yelling
Mayor,
like children. Wait for your turn. Raise your hand. Come speak and sit down. Here we go. Speak to the microphone instead of yelling out from the back.
Yes, sir.
Bob Tormolin, 109 Messenger Street. And I will direct my message at the mayor. I called him out on his flyer, his propaganda, let's call it. I asked 5 questions at a council meeting here. I asked 5. One was the number of apartments. He had no clue. Number 2 was building going on downtown. Number 3 about the Board of Education. Everyone was a lie. And you know what the mayor did? And then I got a phone call saying I was a plant. When I called him out on every lie, this man does nothing but lie. That paper that came out about the police salary was lies. You people up here, especially the new ones, when it was time for you people to run for office, he wouldn't even let you answer your own questions. He answered them for you. Now you get up here and you answer whatever he wants to say. Do we have faith in you? How many of you people ever came to a council meeting before you were here? We came to more. You're on the zoning board. You rarely showed up. How can you people take credit for anything and vote on things if you were never here? Shame on you!
They're here now and you're addressing them, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. They're sitting in front of you like the brave public servants that they are.
Any other public comment on this ordinance at this time?
It's not your turn to speak.
Any other public comment on the ordinance at this time? If not, then I'd like a motion to close the public portion of discussion on this ordinance.
A second.
Motion is made by Council Vice President O'Toole and seconded by Councilman Nivison. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Council President, public comment has been closed. I'll take a motion to move the ordinance.
Move the ordinance.
Second.
A motion is made by Councilman Lamb and seconded by Councilman Loban. Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Loban?
Yes.
Councilman Sikosi?
No.
Councilman Nivison?
Yes.
Councilman Quinless?
Oh, I hate this. I have to say no too because Ms. Howe brought up a good point. Like, who is she going to call for code enforcement when you're specifically saying we're going to repeal 48.8, which is code enforcement, and merge it into property maintenance? So yeah, it's a little confusing. The answer is no.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Yes. Council President Coleman?
Yes.
Item 15 is a resolution of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, authorizing the retention of pool, general, legal, and litigation services for the calendar year 2024 to be utilized on an as-needed basis. Take a motion to move the resolution.
Do we have a motion to approve?
No motion.
I'll second.
A motion is made by Councilman Loban and seconded by Councilman Lamb. Councilman Loban?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Sikosi?
I have question, why is number 15 separate? Council
It's been separate for the 2 years that you've been on here. It's an appointment. That's why it's separate. It's an appointment of the pool. Everyone who put in the pool got into the pool. No special treatment. Did you read it? No.
Yes, I'm asking a question, thank you.
It's been answered. It's been answered.
You.
Who did you address?
I
You didn't address anyone. You just asked a random question.
answered.
Right.
Excuse me, Councilman Sikosi, can I have your vote, please?
No.
Councilman Iveson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
I have to ask Mr. President, why do we need this? Is there something changed, or is it we can't retain attorneys with all the craziness?
No, it's all of the attorneys that applied. Every attorney that applied got in, so anybody can be chosen. So that's what's in it. And if you read it, you would see that.
Is this typical, Mr. President?
Having a pool,
Typical?
we've had a pool for forever. It's the pool. And your friends in the peanut gallery that are yelling out are not going to change the fact that you've been here for 2 years and you don't know what you're looking at.
That's highly unprofessional.
2 years and you don't know what you're looking at.
Highly
As
unprofessional.
same as all the ordinances above. You don't know what you're looking at.
All right, let's move
You have
on.
no idea. You don't read it. You have no idea. You've
Councilman
been so used to voting yes for everything that Mo Hill wanted that you just don't even know what you're looking at. You don't even know what you're looking at.
Let's come
Councilman
to-
Quinn,
let's
let's have
come
your
to
vote,
order.
please.
Go ahead, take the vote. Take the vote.
I'm going to abstain until I can learn more about it.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Yes. Council President Coleman?
Abstain.
Going to move to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the item consent agenda will be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired on any item, that item will be considered separately.
Second.
Is there-
Hold. Yep. Yes. Is there any resolutions that the council would like to hold for further discussion?
Yes.
Okay, would you please identify?
V, W, X, Y, Z, and AA.
Could you repeat those, please?
V, W,
V, did you say,
picture, Wallace, X-ray,
wait a minute, slow down. Okay, VW, go ahead.
X-ray, yellow, zebra, and Albert.
Okay, any others?
Yes, Council President. I might be repeating a couple, but Q, V, W, Y, and Z. Please.
Q is the only new one there, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
Any member of the public would like to have any resolutions pulled for a vote?
Okay.
Okay, then I'd like to have a motion made to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Just for the record,
Just-
that's the balance of the consent agenda with the exception of V, W, X, Y, Z, AA, and Q.
Yes. Motion made by Councilman Loebman and seconded by Councilman Iveson. Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Iveson?
Yes.
Councilman Sikosi?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Council President Coleman?
Yes.
Roll calls for each one, or a separate discussion?
Okay, roll call and discussion. Mr. Quinliss, you want to do yours first?
Yeah, on V, first, who's being appointed
Well,
to this position?
you're supposed to
and what are
vote
the
on the full.
qualifications?
You're supposed to vote on the full first, right? And then do them individually?
We just did.
Oh, you did?
Sorry.
Okay.
My mistake.
Jim, you were at the meeting. We had a meeting about this.
I'm aware of who was appointed. The public is not.
I don't think we took, did we
thought you
take a
brought it
vote
up.
on the consent agenda, the items that were not questioned?
We've done that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so back to V. The question is, for the public's knowledge, who was appointed to this, and what are those individuals' qualifications and pay status?
I'll tell you what, I'll answer you, Jim, if you could tell me who was in the position beforehand.
But
Can you tell me who was in the position beforehand, Jim?
that's not what I'm asking for, sir, and it's his meeting still. So he either abstains
But
from
it's my
everything,
appointment.
or he starts answering questions.
But it's my appointment.
I'm asking, it's the president's meeting, sir. You
Then
are a
why don't
guest.
you yield to the president
You
when he
have
asks you
no
to?
more right to jump up and yell than anybody in the audience
were
you're
there.
yelling about.
But you were there, sir.
You were at the meeting.
Again, I know who.
So tell me who. If you know who, tell me who.
I know who you picked.
Tell me who. You don't know because you don't read anything. Tell me who.
Mr. President, I'll ask you again. Who was appointed, and what are those individuals' qualifications, and how much did you give her for pay?
And Jim, I'm going to answer your question very honestly. I do not know.
Okay. But we're going to vote on it.
We are going to vote on it.
That makes perfect sense. Does anybody else up here not know who we picked and what that individual's qualifications are, and are going to vote on this? Do any of you know, or literally, do you guys do? I feel honestly bad for what's happening here every week. I do. I really do, because I feel like you're as deceived or blinded by the same.
You can call me anything you
I'm
want,
not trying
Jim.
to call you anything. That's
Okay,
the problem.
names,
I
you know,
really don't want this to turn into a
I
slideshow
really-
every week.
You know what's interesting?
It's impossible to avoid that, Jim. The way things are going now,
But it
this is
should
going to
be.
be
It should
on
be.
into an
If
item
you
to
guys
the
don't
end of the
know
year.
anything about this,
This is just,
you are a guest, sir.
everyone in this room and everyone on this dais knows that it's going to be 2 votes against everything that's being planned by this mayor or by this council representative.
It's not the way
just the way it's going
government's
to be.
supposed to work.
And Jordan, you know, it was
It's
like
just the
that
way
for the
it's gonna
past
be.
2 years. It was like that
you
for the past
still
2
have-
years. He was a yes vote.
no different.
You were a yes vote on everything, David. Now it's
always-
changed.
Excuse me, we're on item V. Council
always had
President
an
asked for a
opportunity.
discussion.
It's never going to change.
Keep it
All right,
to
so
the
the
item.
discussion still is, does
Discussion.
anybody know who's getting this, what that individual's qualifications
Do
are?
you know?
Who's making it?
Do you-
I know.
Tell everyone.
This is for the public benefit.
Tell everyone. If you
It's his
know.
personal
I'm going to
secretary.
close discussion.
He picked his personal
I'm going
secretary.
to
Yes, my
close
personal
discussion
Who I don't
on
believe has any
item V.
qualifications for this, because I've never seen
Why
a
is it
resume.
that, why is it that
We
it's
have a
my,
motion to
Getting
take a
a-
vote.
Excuse me, discussion was closed
She now
by
officially makes
Council
more than her
President.
predecessor.
We're going to take a
Well,
vote
even
on
before
item
that.
V.
Council President has the privilege of closing discussion on these items. He closed discussion on item V. It is now up for a vote. Somebody has to move item V.
We have a motion to move item V.
I'll have the motion.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilman Loban and seconded by Councilman Iveson. Councilman Loban?
Yes.
Councilman Iveson?
Yes.
Councilman Sekozy?
No.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
No.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Council President Coleman?
Yes. Okay, discussion on Resolution W.
I believe on the meeting, was it the middle of January, I'm sorry, we talked about allowing this person to work without a contract, and yet here we have it on a resolution to give them a contract.
That wasn't discussed in the meeting. I was there, and that wasn't discussed in the meeting. That is a bull-faced lie. You were in that meeting.
And what did we discuss about
We
Fairfield?
discussed that was about, we need to start saving money, and the insurance is costing money, and I believe the mayor was, this is not costing a township any money, and I
But
think
it's
it's.
a contract.
they're gonna shop. They're gonna shop and try to save us $3 million. But you got a problem with that because
I don't have a
you
problem.
don't want us to
My
leave the
question
broker we have now, because the broker we have now is a political broker.
I have
So
not-
you don't want us to shop. No, Mo Hill has never wanted us, nor any of you previous council folks, ever wanted to shop for health insurance. We're gonna shop for health insurance.
That's fantastic.
Just like everybody in this room shops for their car insurance, we're gonna shop for health insurance, and we're gonna save the taxpayers money, whether Mr. Quinlisk or Sekozy
Okay.
or Mo Hill or the political establishment approves. We're gonna shop.
You're not answering.
We're gonna shop.
Okay, all right.
We have not addressed the question.
Can I get a motion that vote on this resolution, please?
How can we vote
That
on?
motion.
Motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Mr. Lamb made the motion, second.
I'll second.
Mr.
Motion
Logan,
made by
second.
Councilman Lamb and seconded by Councilman Loban.
Can we just
Councilman
skip
Lamb?
the formalities and go to 5 yeses and 2
Councilman
noes?
Loban?
Yes.
Councilman Sekozy?
Abstain.
Councilman Iveson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Abstain.
Council Vice President O'Toole?
Yes.
Council President Coleman?
Yes. I believe we're on Resolution X. Any discussion on Resolution X?
Let's see, resolution next. All right, so this one brings in the fact that we're going to be supplementing the current public defender with 2 additional public defenders, and I was just curious as to whether or not this goes out to bid or needed to go out to bid before we appoint more people to handle the job one guy's already doing.
Everyone
Even if it's
applied,
not-
got in. Again, everybody who applied got in.
The question
3
was bid.
applied for 3 positions, and they got in.
My question was, did it go out to bid?
Of course it did. Okay? All 3
All right,
applied.
went out to bid.
There were 3 positions, all 3 got in. Just like the legal pool that you didn't read.
Okay, can I have a motion to take a vote?
made.
Mr. Logan made the motion. Lynn seconded.
Motion is by Councilman Loban and seconded by Council Vice President O'Toole. Councilman Loban?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Councilman Sekozy?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Nivison?
Yes.
Councilman Quinless?
Yes.
Council President Coleman?
Yes. Okay, discussion on Resolution Y.
Sorry, folks. This one is in regards to hiring a redevelopment attorney. What is the purpose of this attorney or this firm? What are the end goal of hiring these?
They're going to represent us in our activities that Mo Hill left us with. Whatever this deal is with Capadagli, they're going to represent us. We're bringing in an outside counsel.
You were in the meeting when we discussed.
Yeah, you were in there too. You kind
Again,
of know.
it's a public meeting.
Well, I announced that I was going to bring in a new redevelopment attorney, one that would ensure that the township is treated fairly, and if these folks breach.
We're bringing them in specifically to stop the Capadagli
Nope,
project.
we're bringing him in to represent the township.
To stop the Capadagli
No,
project.
we're bringing him in to represent us on the project, and you making statements like that is like asking for our township to be sued.
You just said-
need like a muzzle.
You just said.
You need a muzzle.
Yes.
You really do.
You
do.
just said that it was.
He's here to represent our
Make
township,
a motion
and
to
you're
take a
saying,
vote. Make a motion to take a vote.
Make a motion.
Mr. Nyrison made the motion, seconded by Lynn.
A motion is by Councilman Nivison and seconded by Council Vice President O'Toole. Councilman Nivison?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole?
Yes.
Councilman Sekozy?
No, no.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Quinless?
No.
Council President Coleman?
Yes. Discussion on Resolution Z. Hearing no discussion, I'd like
Oh,
to have...
sorry, I was writing something. Z. Congratulations, Mr. Solanas. I've never seen your resume until tonight, and I didn't have a chance to review it, but are you qualified to be, or sorry, is Mr. Solanas, Mr. President, is Mr. Solanas qualified to be the new business administrator for the Township of Toms River? A town
I'm
of
very much
100,000 people
qualified. I
with
have
no
9
experience?
years of government
Sorry,
experience.
It's
I have my
sorry,
master's degree, my
sorry.
bachelor's degree.
It's the president's,
and my registered
it's the
municipal
president's
clerk's degree.
meeting, sir.
All right,
It doesn't
wait
matter.
a minute, hold
I'm
on,
not
hold on.
asking you.
You asked for my qualifications, I'm giving them, sir.
Excuse me.
You're
I
welcome.
didn't ask you. I have to ask the president.
Mr.
Right, the
Quinless,
meeting
just a
works.
second, let me get this back in order, okay, before you proceed, please?
So have you seen?
Mr. Quinless, please, just let me get this in order, please, okay? All right, Mr. Quinless, make your statement, and then Business Administrator may make his statement. Please go ahead.
Again, before tonight, I haven't seen Mr. Solanas' resume, and I ask, is he qualified? Does he have the qualifications to do the job that he's been selected to do, and the proper certifications to do it? Or is-
Okay, thank you, and then I'm going to give him an opportunity to respond.
May I first ask you what the qualifications of the prior business administrator were?
Lou
Of
Amoruso.
Lou Amoruso.
To tell you the truth, I don't know what the specific qualifications are. I don't know the specifics of it, but there are qualifications, there are certifications.
So then how can you know whether I'm qualified or not?
The council needs, the people want to know if you're qualified to do this job, and have
I'm
you
very
ever
much
worked for a town
qualified.
this
I have
big?
9 years of government experience. I have my master's degree, my bachelor's degree. I have my registered municipal clerk's certificate.
Okay.
And I was also in law school as well, so thank you.
All those things qualify you as a business administrator?
Yes.
Yes, as much so as any other business administrator that's ever been here in the history of the town.
So then you're saying there's a little loophole in there?
There's no loophole. You don't know what the qualifications are to be a business administrator, so how can you ask the
I'm
question?
simply asking if you meet the qualifications. Okay.
He answered the
How many
question.
people applied for that? Yeah.
Plenty of people, and it's going just well. Thank you.
Like to have a motion to approve this resolution?
I'll make that motion. I'll second.
Okay,
A motion
Luann
by
made the
Council
motion,
President
Ms.
O'Toole.
O'Toole seconded it?
And seconded by Councilman Lamb. Council Vice President O'Toole?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Just want to say I look forward to Mr. Solanas' stewardship and his professionalism. He's one of the only applicants I've seen in government experience over 20 years that has his RMC. It's a very hard program, and I'm glad to have him on board, so I vote yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Sekozy?
I abstain.
Councilman Loebman?
I've known John for a long time, and I have no doubt in his confidence, and he's going to be able to do the job. Yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Iverson?
Please don't yell out. If you want to speak, let's do it the right way.
Councilman Quinlisk?
I'm going to abstain too until I learn more about him.
Council President Coleman?
Yes. Resolution AA, any discussion?
I'm going to retract my request on that one. If Dave wants it, he can have it.
I'm sorry?
Is that a motion? What is that?
No, I have.
Any discussion on Resolution AA?
too.
If there's no discussion, we'll take a roll call.
Okay, no discussion, roll call.
Take a motion?
Need a motion? I'm sorry.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
A motion is made by Councilman Lamb and seconded by Councilman Loebman. Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Zuccosi?
Abstain again, please.
Councilman Iverson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole?
Yes.
Council President Coleman?
Yes. Going to return to Resolution Q.
Okay. That was me, please.
Go ahead, Dave.
All right, thank you. I just have a question on the dollar amount, the 156,000. Is that more or less than previously? How did we come up with that number?
They bought the salt after it snowed 3 times. That's how we came up with that number. They have to buy the salt, Dave. You've been here for a couple of years.
All right,
They always buy the salt.
All right. I'm just asking a question, all right? Okay? And I wanted to know, how did we come up with that amount? And there's a way to say it, okay? There's a way to respond, and there's a way to say it.
Right, Dave? You've voted for the salt every year you've been here, except for the year that I'm the mayor. Now you want
But
to
no,
separate it
I
out.
never saw the amount.
It varies depending on how much they put out, and then they have to like fill that big triangle thing up, you know, that thing at DPW, that they hold all the salt in.
I believe it might be based on previous consumption.
Right, and when they use it, they like replace it, and they buy it from
Okay.
the contractor that you probably approved that the previous administration put in place.
Okay, like a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll
Second.
The last 2 years.
Motion is made by Councilman Loebman and seconded by Councilman Lamb. Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Zuccosi?
Yes.
Councilman Iverson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole?
Yes.
Council President Coleman?
Yes.
Going to move to the reports. Take a motion to move the reports.
I'll take the motion.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilman Loebman and seconded by Councilman Lamb. Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Zuccosi?
Yeah, I like to, I'm happy to see under the Recreation Department, everything is up for 2023. And then, under the Building Department, the building permits, are down compared to, 2022. So I guess all that Lakewood style development is going down. Thank you.
Councilman Iverson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole?
Yes.
Council President Coleman?
Yes. Okay, moving on to approval of bills.
Take a motion.
Motion to approve the bills. Who made the first?
Is there a first?
Is it first?
I thought it was, I'll take it first.
Mr. Logan and Lynn took the second.
A motion is made by Councilman Loebman and seconded by Council Vice President O'Toole. Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Councilman Zuccosi?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Any abstain from all bills payable, Siddle, Holzapfel, and Zabarski. All bills payable, Dasty, McGuckin, attorneys at law. And all bills payable, the magistrate salaries, and yes to the balance.
Councilman Iverson?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Just abstain from all bills paid to Remington and Vernon Engineers, yes to the balance.
Council President Coleman?
Yes, except all bills paid to Preferred Behavioral Health.
Elected officials' comments.
Anybody wish to comment? Well, all right, let's go in order here. We'll start from my far right, Councilman Lamb.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to wish my wife a happy Valentine's Day, but she she left for her Board of Ed meeting, so I hope to join her tonight. That'll be our date night at the Board of Ed meeting. Hope to see everybody there. Just want to touch base really quick on that. The constituents of my ward have been crying out for ambulance service for some time now. They've come here at Town Hall, and they've demanded it. They've come out en masse to community meetings on the island and demanded it, that I came back and talked to the mayor and got that for them. But the last mayor, Mayor Mohill, refused to respond. Last year, Councilman Quinlisk and Councilman Sikosi rejected every effort I made to deliver ambulance service in my ward. We tried to fund the ambulance service by cutting the mayor's newsletter. Both of you voted no to that. We tried to fund it by cutting the no-show patronage jobs in code enforcement and the MCCOO money grab. Again, you both voted no to that. And today you're voting and saying no again.
No, we're not.
Can I finish? This is my time.
Sure can.
Thank you. Our town has been left in a disastrous financial shape by Mohill's administration, who was more interested in building out a massive code enforcement department and doling out huge overdevelopment projects than he was in delivering ambulance service to my ward. But today I'm delivering around-the-clock ambulance service to my ward because they deserve it. No one should wait a half an hour or more for an ambulance. That's all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quincy.
Wow. Again, I guess he didn't hear earlier when they said no calls ever gone 30 minutes. It's usually, I think the average is 7.5 or 8.5 minutes for an ambulance. That includes the Barrier Island. When we do go with the CSO program, it's not going to be that one is going to be permanently staffed on that island. It's going to be staffed at the base of the bridge so they can go either direction. So you didn't necessarily achieve what you're talking about.
That's not true.
It is true. And by ignoring section 5.7 of the code, 5.7B of the town ordinance, you're violating our town's own ordinance, okay? Our regular scheduled meeting was on January 31st, and the next regularly scheduled meeting is on the 28th. That makes today's meeting a special meeting. So most of what's on here probably doesn't carry. Please read section 5.7 of the municipal code, and I direct that to you guys so you all understand what's going on. It's not about, with the CSOs and the police, it's not about the money. There's plenty of money available. We've already concluded that there's a I saw as of December 31st, 2023, there was a $46 million cash surplus in the township books, on the books. $46 million. We don't need to cut captains to use that money. It's not about the EMTs, because everybody up here agreed, sure, we'll get another truck and we'll get another 8 CSOs, because it can't hurt to have more people helping out everybody. And it's not about the salaries, because Dan Roderick actually voted to give both the FOP and the PBA their last contract salary negotiations a couple years ago. He voted for yes for both of them. If he really wanted to do something, that might have been a time to start. Everyone that spoke gave you countless facts today. Look them up. No one made these facts up. They're out there. So if you question myself or my loyalty to this town or the information I give you, I promise you I'm not making anything up, although I may make an occasional mistake or misspeak on something. But the facts are out there. Please, all of you, do your homework. And then the one last thing I want to touch on, and I hope I don't offend council with this one, they're right. They did look at Dan's ordinance for removing the 2 police chiefs, two police captains, and they did say that maybe he has legal grounds to do so. But I think the gentleman that got up and spoke wasn't talking specifically about the legality of removing 2 police officers. He was talking about the legality of what is going to happen when we don't have those people doing those jobs. What's going to happen when somebody sues us because we didn't properly supervise our law enforcement officers? So I ask you, did you guys look into that? How much is it going to cost us when somebody dies because somebody wasn't trained correctly, or somebody gets hurt because the cops are not sensitive enough, or whatever reason somebody wants to sue the town? Did we look at that cost when we factored in the idea of getting rid of these chiefs, these captains? Thank you.
Councilwoman O'Toole?
sorry.
I'm gonna pass because I would say things that I would regret. So
Okay.
I'd rather do it with a clearer head and not so angry. And right now, I'm very angry.
Okay, Councilwoman O'Toole passes. Mr. Councilman Niverson.
Yes, I'd just like to take a minute to commend Mayor Roderick for his steadfast commitment to the people of Toms River.
Really?
Nobody here saw the stacks of positives about what we are doing here. Stacks. Only the negative.
Here it is.
There isn't a person in this room with skin thick enough to endure what he endures. And everybody's just trying to trip him up at every turn. This is about shared sacrifice. And he doesn't control any of our votes. Whatever you think, he has no control over me.
Thank you.
And
Council-
I'd like to direct one thing to Jim Quinslick. When we had that Zoom meeting and that inappropriate caller called in with the really pornographic comments, you were the only one laughing. I'd like to know why you were laughing. We were appalled.
That's a great question. It was because of the absurdity of the entire meeting. And
Yeah, right. You were laughing at the call.
Mr. Roderick says he's a personal friend of Mr. Loban. He's known him for years. How come he didn't recognize that it wasn't Mr. Loban's voice when I did and allowed it to get that far? That's why I was laughing. It was out of control.
Mr. Loban's
and it,
voice?
You're saying it was his voice making that?
it wasn't his voice, and how come Mr. Roderick didn't identify that? So he cut him off. That's obviously not
The reason.
That's all we were saying was cut it off. The IT guy could have muted it in a split second.
Again, he did not. He did not call it out, is what I was
I'd
laughing.
just like to know why you were laughing. Okay, well, I guess that's why you were laughing.
All right, let's get back on track here. It's getting late. Mr. Loban.
I've sat on a lot of boards in my time, but this one takes the cake. I have been called every filthy name that you could think of in the world. For somebody like me, I take it very personal. I don't think anybody in this room should be taking personal things against all of these committee people who have volunteered their time to do this. They've gone through all of this. We may have $46 million in reserves. Those reserves are balanced against our bond ratings. I don't know whether people realize that or not, but you keep spending your reserves and your bond ratings go down with it. The costs go up when your bond rating goes down. So if Mayor Mo Hill was taking the reserves and spending on stuff, as the councilman, as the committeeman was saying, then that was wrong, because that's going to affect the bonding later on. I've been through this so many times. I've been on so many different boards in this town over the course of the years. 1976, I came into town with the originators of most of the stuff that got oriented here. Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee, I was the chairman of it. Planning Board, Board of Adjustment, County Board of Adjustment. I sat through all of these meetings, but I have never seen this kind of discourse in my entire life in a public body like this. Never. I've never seen it. Disrespect. Look, I never called anybody a name in my life. I don't know why anybody would feel appropriate to call me one. And I'm telling you, I've been called some filthy ones. And I don't even hear the crickets here, like I heard on for 10 minutes that I could hear on that meeting on the Zoom. This town did Zoom meetings all through COVID-19, all the time for a couple of years. You mean to tell me that one Zoom meeting couldn't be held now for a Township County meeting, committee meeting? It's absurd. There was reasons why it didn't work, and that's because somebody didn't want it to work. How could you do it all through COVID-19 and have that thing blow up like it did? It's impossible. This is bad politics at its worst. I really feel sorry for the people who are trying to portray some fairness in this thing. I understand what Dan has proposed. We've talked about the various things that he's doing. I don't know the specific names of the individuals, but I know the rationale behind what he's doing. I don't have any problem with that. And on Valentine's Day, I'd like to apologize to my wife, who was in the room, that she had to go through this too, because she's been called the same names by people that she knows in town. Until she explains why and what we're doing, then most people are reasonable and they understand it. Nobody's here to look to cut a policeman out of his job. Most of my family, the younger people, are all cops, whether it's in Trenton, Mercer County, state troopers, major in the state troopers. One of my closest friends, whose two sons are state troopers. I'm the last guy in the world that's going to cut or defund police. In this particular circumstance, it's something that I understand that the mayor met with the chief. There was an issue. They couldn't resolve it. I met with the chief, and we had an agreement that we would work together trying to make things better. We couldn't resolve it. The next day, it blew up. Why did it blow up? Because somebody else said. Not me. He had an agreement with me. Didn't work out. That doesn't make him a bad guy, but it certainly doesn't make me one either, because I made an attempt. I've sat in this seat, and I asked my gentleman friend, let's work together. Let's talk about stuff. So that the two biased people here, who are biased in the last administration, and it's obvious. It was that way always. Not by me. Did I not say to you, let's work together? We would talk?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Did we talk?
No.
Okay. I reached out, tried to. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. I'm sorry that that's the case, because it's embarrassing to everybody. It should be embarrassing to everybody. That's what's happened to this town. I'm really sorry, because we used to be the strongest Republican bastion in the state, sometimes nationally, because we were so strong in Toms River, in Dover Township especially. This town is now split into 3 different categories, on Republicans only. We're all fighting amongst the Republicans here. It's a shame. It's a terrible shame. That's all I have to say. I hope everybody out there understands that I'm not here as a puppet to anybody. I know Dan. I know him a long time. I voted for him when he was a Democrat because I believed in what he was saying. And I'm one of the oldest Republicans in this town. I've been around a long time. I've seen everything. I liked what he said. I voted for him when he was a Democrat. When he became a Republican, I congratulated him. I said, it's about time you recognize what you were all this time. Now, they call him a Democrat again. He's not a Democrat. He's a Republican. I can tell you that. Otherwise, I would have never voted for him. Thank you, people. I'm sorry.
Thank you, George.
I had a lot to say, but I'm not going to go into it except to tell you that when I was asked to consider taking this job, I only took it because I thought I have no ties to anybody, any company, anything. And I thought I might be able to help make Toms River an even better place. And I know there's 2 different sets of opinions here, but let me tell you something. I'm a resident of Toms River too. And whatever the outcome is, it's going to affect me and my very sick wife. So, and I never would have voted for something that I thought would hurt her or me. And that's all I can say. I'm sorry. Councilman Chakosy, I'm sorry. I skipped over you. I apologize profusely.
No problem.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about. All right. It's been 2 years and 1 month since I've been here. And for the same reasons that they're stating how they got involved, I wanted to give something back to the town that's been so good to me. I raised 3 children here. They went through kindergarten through their senior year, off to college. I got 1 son in the military. He's a Marine. He's based in Cuba now, so he should be out of harm's way. And at the reorg, I said, these seats are temporary, okay? And it's an honor and a privilege to sit here, and I respect everyone that sat here before me. And I look at these pictures of the previous mayors, the men and women that sat up on council, and I go back a long ways in this town, a long ways. And it has never been like this in discourse in the history of this town. And there's only one common denominator why that is, okay? There has been a purging of this town hall in every department. It's a complete takeover and control, slowly but surely, and it all wants to be done within 100 days so the voters will forget. But they don't realize that more and more people are going to find out, and more and more people are going to come to these meetings and oppose this administration. And I say it's an ugliness here. It really is. There is no more morale at the police department. There's no more morale in town hall. Everyone is in fear of their jobs. They're walking on eggs. I tell them, don't even recognize me, don't even say hello to me, because something bad will happen to you. And when I said that I wanted to resign before this new administration took over, was because I didn't want my family name associated with what I knew was going to come ahead, but I had no idea that what it was going to be like. So I'll do my best. I'll give my 100%. If something's right that I agree on by the mayor and the business administration, they got my vote. But if I don't like it, I'm going to state my reasons why, and I'll say no. Thank you, and happy Valentine's Day to everybody, and to President Coleman. I know what you're going through, and I still wish I had my wife. So, thank you.
Thank you. This time, I'd like to give the mayor a chance to speak.
The only thing that I'd like to touch on today is there's been talk from folks in the public and from Councilman Quinlisk about surplus, or what we would call reserves, back when I was on budget and finance. A township always has to maintain a certain amount of reserves in case there's something tragic that occurs or some sort of natural disaster. We're required to maintain a certain amount of money. Everyone knows taxes have been flat for the last 3 years. What hasn't been flat is the cost of township labor, right? We have new labor agreements that are 2%, 3%, 3.5% each year. That increases costs to the township, millions each year, several $1 million, except taxes have been flat. So you say, well, how did the town do that? The town does that by dipping into the reserves. The only problem is, once your reserve levels reach a certain point, you get downgraded by Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and then your bond rating, instead of being AAA, is what ours is now, AA. And what could happen is you can fall below that. And when that happens, you pay outrageous interest rates on your debts, something that would be catastrophic for Toms River. So I'm left with the decision on how to pay for that. Am I going to pay for that, or how are we going to pay for that? Are we going to pay for that by raising taxes and break a promise that myself and this newly elected council has made to the public, that we would not raise taxes and that we would rein in spending? Or do I rein in spending? And I'm a man of my word. This council, they're people of their word as well, and we're reining in spending. And it's uncomfortable. And some people, yes, they've lost their jobs. But everything continues on in town hall, and services continue as they always have. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to open the meeting to any additional public comment.
Carlos Amasar, once again, Winterham. Guys, we really need to sit down and communicate with each other of what we voted on, so we could all have the same answers. Like I said, I'm a special ed guy, so I only hear from you guys. If you guys don't tell me what is going on, I hear it, but I'm just another fly flying around. You guys need to get along better. If not, let me know. I'll pay for dinner once a week so you guys could argue everything and we could come to an agreement. The shenanigan that is going on, how we're looking like little kids. And this is not, we are a big town. We the big boys. And we're looking like little kids in front of all the news media anybody else in town. Now, I do want to sit down with you, sir, and you guys. All you guys. I've been to the office 3 times. I haven't requested no meeting with you guys at all because I would like to sit down with you first, like I sit down with the chief. Now, today was my 3rd time I've been to your office. I would like to sit down with you, and most importantly, I would like to sit down with every single one of you guys because I found a solution where they would have walked out of here okay. Not fine, but okay, and at the same time, our town would have got what they deserve without bringing my cannabis business in an angle. What happened at the Zoom meeting, that was shenanigan. Should have never happened. Our tech guy should have cut that off right away. Unfortunately, that happens. I am glad that every mistake that had happened. Why? Because it's made it a lot stronger. And 2, you guys seen that our people, our town, is willing to come and fight for what's right. You guys need to hear us out. I understand you guys got to make a decision, but making your decision has to be also seeing our views. Explaining, this is the come, this is why it's not. Everybody's arguing about the police, but we have money and we can make money. I can show the statistic, I can show you numbers, I could bring specialists to you guys to show you why we're not making money, why our tax revenue is low. Why? Because our businesses are low. I'm a business owner. I closed 3 of my business this year. So I know why I had to let go of 40 people that used to work for me. So please, guys, let's sit down, stop with this shenanigans. If you guys can work together, then guess what? There's gonna be a new team in there because the town is gonna come upside down before the storm, this is the storm right now. Come, it's gonna come. Will you guys be after? That's up to you guys. I shouldn't, the police department, they feel weird when I'm supporting them because usually I'm the one on the opposite line. But I support you guys as well. You see that I'm not saying you, none of that. I'm saying we could work this out in a better way of communication because it's all about communicating how we're gonna do things, not just get it done. Because if you get it done, I feel like my voice is getting cut off, like I don't count. But if you include me and say, listen, this is how we're gonna do things to save this, this, and this, guess what? We all could come to an agreement. And that's what we gotta come forward from now on. So let this be the last meeting where nobody knows what we're speaking about. We all gotta be on the same page. If not, once a week or once a month, we're gonna have a meeting before this meeting to go through all the whole list and be on the same page. So please, guys, let's move forward. I'm gonna let this week pass, but I want a meeting with every one of you guys in the same room. I will pay for that dinner so we can move forward. Because I could improve this community a lot without my craziness. And you guys have all the powers to get it done, especially you, sir. I know you got a crazy job coming into here. I knew it. That's why I said to you the first meeting, I congratulate you. Because I know you're gonna go through a lot. But at the same time, we gotta communicate with them. You cannot be fighting everybody. Because at the end, you will do 100 things good, but everybody will see it as a bad because the way you communicate with them. And hey, listen, we got it done. We survived the worst. Now, how can we move forward? So let's sit down and really see everything and really make a police department happy. Let's make it up to them. We can't go back what it's done, but we can make it up. And let's not wait 20 years or 10 years. We can make it up as soon as possible. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Carlos. Yes, ma'am.
Before you talk, could I just say one thing to you? Yes, we all have dogs. Every one of us up here have dogs. I have the biggest one of all of them, Great Danes. So when I tell you, my thing is not to kill a dog under any circumstances. That's all. Just wanted to let you know I did have the dogs.
Okay. I have to say that I've been to a number of town council meetings over the years, and I've never seen anything like this circus that I've been to. I was here on the 18th of January, and my sense was that the new people on the council had already made their decisions before they before the public even commented, and they didn't, nothing registered that the public was saying on those particular issues. It was like they just were totally disregarded, and you had already made up your mind how you were going to vote. And I think that has to change. The public, you represent the residents of Toms River. So I think you have to take into consideration, you're going to hear perspectives when you come to these meetings that may be things that you didn't consider, but you need to take those things into account before you cast your vote. The other thing that I did, totally opposed to is this bashing of the prior administration at each meeting. I don't want to hear that. This is a new day, a new year, a new month, and that is not helpful at all to hear that. And I'm also opposed to people on the council voting for issues that there's a conflict of interest. For example, at the January 18th meeting on the certificate of occupancy with the inspections that went by the wayside. Mr. Lamb, I believe you're a real estate attorney, and you did not hesitate to vote on that issue.
I actually led the effort last year. I had a rally outside here, outside Town Hall. Were we at that rally, or actually led the effort last year to repeal it? So I'm happy that we were successful with Mayor Roderick. Thank you.
Right, but I don't believe that you should have voted on the issue. So if you have a conflict, if there's some type of a conflict, you should abstain from the vote. I mean, that's what the public would expect of you as council people that are professional and ethical. And I think that there just has to be some decorum and some professionalism. Like I said, the council, this is just like a circus, and it's deteriorated to an embarrassment. I mean, we have gotten so much negative press on News 12, every newspaper article, there's 1 to 2 newspaper articles on a daily basis, and it's not positive news. I mean, we'll never live down the Marshall case that happened here, Steve Geige, but this is just totally ridiculous. And I think that people really have to go home and do some soul searching on why they're on this council, and act in the best interest of the residents of Toms River.
My name again, or don't need my name, or? No. Phil Brilliant, 79 Holly Tree Lane. Lot said about the meeting tonight. Definitely was interesting. I think, a couple things to hit on. One is, and I said this when I was here on January 18th, and whether anybody in the room likes it or not, we have a new mayor and we have a new council, and you are our mayor and council, okay? I'm going to ask you, though, for a favor. I think we need more transparency. By going to that Zoom meeting on January 31st, it sent a message to the community, okay? It was unfortunate how it ended, and I'll get back to that in a second, okay? But that was hiding from the issue. Okay, I think somebody put out there, this will give everybody the opportunity to provide their comments, and they can get in the room, whatever it is. I mean, I run Zoom every day. It's tough to get people the opportunity to hear. That was a total disaster, and I will give the clerk as much kudos as possible. It was very difficult to manage, and you did your best, but that's not the forum we should be in. COVID is over. People should be able to speak their mind and give their opinions here. And then to go 2 o'clock on Valentine's Day, on Ash Wednesday, during the week, I mean, it sends the same message. Again, I'm a little thankful it's not 7 o'clock at night, because I do have reservations tonight. But at the same time, there's other days of the week, and there's other places to hold the meetings. I think by sending that message out to the community, you're saying, we want to keep people away. We want to keep those people who are working, or those people who don't have computers, or those people who don't have the opportunity. We don't want to give them the opportunity to speak. And I think it sends the wrong message. I ask you to consider that. Okay? Council President Coleman, I will give you 100% kudos. You answered and said, I don't know. I don't know the answers. I don't know the answers. But yet we still vote yes. And I think it's important because, you know, Councilman Lohman, you said it. This is important business. This is the business of the town of 100,000 people, and all the people are asking for is that when you vote, you have full understanding and knowledge. Okay? And I, you know, again, commend Councilman Coleman. He didn't, but he did vote yes. I would have rather seen him abstain, you know, but that's the things. You need to know what you're voting on. It's very important. Just quickly going through here, I apologize. So I'm going to go right to the point. So I had sent a letter on February 1st, okay, because of what happened during that last Zoom meeting, okay? It was an atrocity. It was out of control. And unfortunately, it ended with an anti-Semitic incident, okay? Had we not been on Zoom, that would have never happened. And I will, you know, Councilman Nivison, I will tell you, as a Jewish individual, I was offended, but at the same time, I was laughing for about 20 minutes because I had no idea what was going on. So I don't know Mr. Quinliss's comment. I think it was the timing and everything. That was an abomination. But it ended with something that hurt me to the core.
It hurt all of us.
It should have never happened.
It really did. It
Okay?
offended all of us.
And I appreciate that. But why did it happen? Because the mayor and the council president made the decision to put us on Zoom.
As soon as the guy was off topic, he should have been muted.
He was. And by the way, to correct what happened before, when he came on, it was at the same time that Councilman Loebman was announced as coming on. So when his voice happened, people thought that was Councilman Loebman, but clearly it was not.
Oh, my God.
That's what, if you go back and
I didn't
watch.
know that
Yes,
either.
yes, that was what happened. You go back and watch it, that's what happened. So it was.
No, I was very mesmerized by the crickets.
Yeah, that's how he got the mic, okay? But I asked the day after for the resignations of the mayor and Council President Coleman because they put us in that room and they put that Zoom bomber and gave him the, they didn't put him there. I don't know that. I don't know anything about it. I know Mayor Roderick said there's an investigation going on, but they gave him the platform to be there. And by giving him that platform, they allowed that to happen. I asked for the resignations. I got crickets. I got no response. I then added.
I'm not resigning.
Excuse me?
I'm not resigning. Are you going to resign from the Municipal Utilities Authority that Mo put you on when you went bankrupt?
Oh.
Mo put you on the MUA to get your health insurance. Are you going to resign from that, sir? Since you're so against my administration, maybe you should resign.
I think I do good on the MUA.
You do. You get like a $40,000 health insurance policy for one meeting a month. You do very well on the MUA. You do very well.
My time?
No, it's not. It's not. Your buzzer went off. It's
While
not your
you're
time.
talking. While
Your
you're
buzzer.
talking, the buzzer went off.
You are obsessed with me. I wish you would post about something else.
not obsessed.
Oh, it's absurd.
No.
It's absurd. You need to get a hobby. You need to get a hobby. Get a hobby, Phil.
All right.
Get a hobby.
Gentlemen,
You're the mayor of this.
gentlemen,
Some damn respect.
Gentlemen.
Get a hobby or a job.
Gentlemen.
Get a
I
hobby.
have both.
Get a hobby or a job.
Gentlemen,
Get out of here.
gentlemen,
No, you need to learn respect for the public. No, sir. No, you asked me to resign, sir. You just asked me to resign. All right, so you're coming after me, not vice versa. You're absurd. You're absurd. Run for office.
officers,
Run for
could you please
office.
remove this gentleman from the room, please?
Run for office.
I didn't get a
Officer.
response on that.
Run for office.
Officers,
I
could you
have no
remove this
interest-
gentleman from the room,
Run.
please? I've asked
Run
him
for
several
office.
times
Or
to stop.
resign. Resign
Will you
from the
please
MUA.
just stop?
I was willing to listen to you the whole
no,
time,
he's
but yelling and
attacking
screaming
me.
is just,
that is
it's
not me.
childish.
By the way,
It's
I'm out.
childish. It's not going to do
You're out of
anything to help
order.
anybody.
Please
It's
remove
not.
him
Yeah,
from the
why
room.
screaming?
There will never
Please
be
remove
another
him.
Zoom meeting in this council
Why
that
are
I
you
know
screaming?
of.
Why is-
Never happened.
Let's go.
Goodbye, sir.
Don't say that because you never know.
Oh, I
Move
know.
him
I will
from the
never
room.
be on another Zoom committee meeting.
Screaming.
Guaranteed.
He is disruptive, and
Why is he
remove him
screaming?
from the room.
Goodbye. Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Morse. It's 196 Cranberry Road, Toms River. Bill Morse. You're welcome. I am a retired captain. I'll get that out there right away.
Thank you for your service.
No problem. Basically, what I want to do is I want to just confirm that email is the best way to get in touch with every one of you.
You can get me anytime on email.
Yes, email is the best way.
I have-
In your council seats, email is the best, ma'am? Email? Okay.
Yep.
My name is on a petition that's obviously going around. I'm sure you saw it in the newspaper. It's going to try to rescind or amend or send to referendum to the voters the ordinance where you just took away 2 captains' positions and the patrol officer. What I'm going to ask in the email, I just want to, like I said, I just came up here to put on record. You guys have been beaten up enough tonight, so I'm not going to go on too long. Is basically I'm just going to ask for a sit down with each and every one of you so we can discuss this. It seems like that you voted on this ordinance, and I don't know if you've all had all the information you really needed in reference to this. You know, some of you just came on that first meeting. I really don't know how much information you all had this. So I just wanted to let you know I will be reaching out for you. Justin, you're my ward council person. So you know you spoke to me on my porch. So whether you want to meet me here at town hall, my home, your home, coffee shop, wherever, I'd like to reach out to you so we can have a little bit more discussion on this. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hello again, Mr. Coleman. My name is Janet Lang, 37 Cedar Drive. I had sent you an email the other day inquiring what happened to all of the public comments that were submitted to the clerk to be read at the January 31st meeting. I noticed that in this entire meeting tonight, they were not provided to the public, and public members submitted those comments with given the impression that their words would be heard when they couldn't be here in person. This meeting was also prohibitive of being here in person. So the clerk and you haven't given a voice to those people who submitted public comment. Those public comments have not been read.
Do you know what these are?
Are they that? Are you
know
about
what
to
these
read them?
are? These are the positive comments that were sent to the mayor in support of this. Let me just finish, okay, and then I'll let you talk. In support of approving this ordinance. All of them came to his email, okay?
Okay.
I chose not to read the ones that were part of last meeting because it was disrupted, because I also didn't want to go through reading all of these. I wanted to be fair, okay? There's both sides, okay? So I wanted to be fair.
Yes,
all right?
that's an excellent point. I acknowledge that because it does seem like a very daunting task to do, sir. But the only difference being when someone submits an email to yourself, to a township attorney, to a public official, they are not given the impression that that email is going to be read to the public, and that's the difference. The statements that were submitted to the clerk were requested by yourself and the council so that
for
those specific comments to be heard, and you have not voiced those comments, and I would just like to say I think that is a violation of the Sunshine Law because you specifically asked us for those comments and gave us the impression that they would be read.
Council President, I think it would be best for...
The notice for the meeting said they would be placed into the record, and they have been. They are part of the minutes. They are on record. Every one of those comments is on record.
In the minutes that were approved tonight, that's correct.
And those
5 to
minutes
7.
are available on the township website already?
Yes.
Once they're approved at this
Yeah.
meeting, they become available.
Okay.
So they'll be available after tonight.
Okay, but do you understand my point that you are stifling the voice again
I don't see
of
that.
the public who we acted in good faith, and in response to your request for comment, many people provided it, and then you did not voice it
We
for
just
us.
answered your question, okay? We just answered your question.
Council President, I'm sorry. She's right, and you're right. She's right because those people had their opinion should have been read before they got approved, before today's meeting. their voice no longer counts because it got approved in minutes that nobody got to read yet. Nobody knows what those people said.
By the way, Jim,
Prior to the meeting.
those things that were submitted, they were on both sides of the aisle,
That's fine.
okay?
Absolutely, that's absolutely fine. But that, my point still stands, is that you asked for public comment to be submitted, and then you never voiced it for those people before the decision was made on the ordinances, and I feel that that was not in good faith.
I understand your point.
Name's Tom Russell. I live at 544 Cornell Avenue in Toms River. I don't want to make a comment about all the stuff you've covered already today. That's a waste of time.
Sir, could you hold on to the microphone? You can pick it right out of that stand and put it up to your mouth so we can hear you. Thank you.
You may not want to hear me. I say I'm not going to comment on the stuff you already covered for today. That's history. Jonathan, I want to say thank you. I have tried for over 5 months to get a response. I am a member of a radio club. Any of you people know what ham radio is?
Oh, yeah. Used to have them.
Okay.
I had kickers.
Why aren't you a member of JSARS?
Well, I
Come on out and
don't
join
have
us.
kickers anymore, and I don't have ham radios.
Well-
I have 3 cell phones.
I run a session once a month required by the FCC. We honor and administer the test for you to get your license to get back on the radio. Come on over and talk to us. I've tried for over 5 months to clarify what's going on at Riverwood Park Building 2. In 5 months, I've had one town representative, Jonathan, to return my call. Thank you. He's trying something, but here's what's going on. We are an LLC, have been since 1971. We've been meeting every Thursday night, with the exception of holidays. Thanksgiving falls on a Thursday. And Riverwood Park, building number 2 at 7 o'clock, every Thursday night. On the second Thursday, we run a business meeting for the club and its business. On the third Thursday, it's that FCC required exam to get your license. And the rest of the Thursdays of the month, we train on soldering, antenna building, teaching ham, teaching CW, anything to do with communications. We want to know why we can't have our building back that we've been using for 35 years, one night a week. Right now, we're bumping heads with somebody else who tells us the town doesn't want you there. We just want one night a week, Thursday nights at Riverwood Park. John, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name's Captain George Arthur Eisenhower, Jr. Obviously, they call me Ike. And before you ask, yeah, we're related. However, I also am a member of the JSARS Club, and I would first of all like to thank the town for the use of that building for the last 30-plus years. And I certainly hope we stand ready to be able to do something for the town when the time comes. The time, of course, being a disaster. I can only speak for myself. I'm a member of the National Hurricane Watchnet. I go on the radio every time a hurricane starts up the coast, give information as to what's happening here, and have information about what's happening throughout the eastern seaboard, because obviously that's where the storms are. I too would ask the same thing that Tom before me here did, that we be able to find a way to work out so we can have our meetings the one night a week. The main reason I came here is I don't know where to start. And obviously, you people are the top. So I would personally like any information on who I can take.
We'll get you a building.
My concern too.
Oh, we'll get you a building. Mr. Solanas.
Were you given a reason why you weren't allowed to use it anymore?
I think the warming shelter
Well-
took their space.
Oh, okay.
So we'll get you another building. Yeah. No question.
They're familiar with what's going on. It would take me a long time to reiterate it.
Yeah.
I thank you all very much for your patience and your concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dana Tremolin, Messenger Street. I'm just going to read the email that I sent to put it on the record because I only heard back from 2 of the councilmen. So bear with me if some things have changed since yesterday. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Dana Tremolin, and I'm writing you before tomorrow's meeting to make you aware of my concerns and displeasures of how things are being handled since January 1st of this year. First and foremost, although the mayor and his public information officer believe that I am working on behalf of the former mayor and council, I will make it very clear that in fact is not the case. And if the mayor remembers, I called out the former mayor and council members for things that they did that I did not agree with. So let me set the record very straight for all of you. I work under my own opinion and, more importantly, my own fact checking. Now that we're clear on that, let me explain my reasons for this email. The mayor is under the impression that he, in his words, has executive authority to do whatever he chooses while he's in office. That is false. A former councilman, he should be aware of how things are done. The mayor has to run most of the choices through the council, and they need to be presented to the public on an agenda. It is then that the council gets to place their votes on the items. It has become very clear during the last 6 weeks that the council president doesn't understand how that works, screaming over Mr. Quinlisk and Mr. Chikose, allowing the mayor to carry on and once again ruin the meeting, allowing Mr. Lamb to speak whenever someone else was speaking, telling other council members how to vote, and having total disregard for Robert's rules and professional decorum are just a few of the questionable things that the council president has allowed to happen already, along with possible ethics violations. The council was elected by the residents of this town to act in the best interest of those residents. So far, the only best interests that seem to be of any concern to most of the council are those of the mayor. This is not a dictatorship. He is the mayor of Toms River. 2 of the council members seem to have been asleep at different times or just completely disengaged from the concerns of the residents when they're speaking and dismissing people trying to speak because we don't want to hear about the same thing anymore. You serve us, the residents of Toms River, and let me remind you, we, not all of us, put you in those seats, and we can also remove you from them. So it would be in your best interest to start listening to the concerns of the resident and not just the mayor. Speaking of removing people, the absolute disrespect for the men and women of our police department is something I never thought I would experience in our town. Depleting and defunding the police department is absolutely disgraceful. The lack of respect for them and for us as residents just shows who most of you really are. Personal vendettas being used as weapons towards the residents and police officers is unacceptable. This is not a police versus CSO fight. It is a political ambush. Not one resident in this town will argue against more CSOs, but they will absolutely argue about the reduction in police officers. There are ways to do both, but once again, the mayor thinks he knows everything and can do as he chooses. And as the council, it is your sworn oath to act in the best interests of the town and its residents, not the mayor. While we are still on the topic of removing people, how do you all rest your heads at night? Knowing that he has fired people who have served this town for decades. We know the mayor can appoint people to any position. However, to come in and obliterate the makeup of town hall, as well as other departments, and appoint people who are unqualified, pay them twice the salaries of those fired, is absolutely insane. But insanity seems to be the theme of this administration. I'm fully aware that this email will fall mostly on deaf ears, but that's to be expected since January 1st. So hopefully reading this next part will get your attention. I'm calling for the resignations of Council President Craig Coleman due to incompetence, Council Vice President Lynn O'Toole due to conduct unbecoming as well as incompetence, and the resignation of Mayor Daniel Roderick for his inability to govern as stated in the oath that he took on January 1st, 2024.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is John Rowe, 17 Cedar Creek Lane in Toms River. And my comments have nothing to do with anything that happened here tonight. So back in August, I sent an email to the Department of Public Works regarding 3 intersections in my neighborhood that myself and my neighbors feel need a stop sign. and I never heard a response back. I reached out to Justin. Justin was nice enough to send me an email chain that there are a couple people talking about it, but I haven't heard anything back from anybody about what's going on with the stop signs.
And when was this, in August, you
In
said, sir?
August, I sent the initial email out.
We weren't in office
Yeah.
at the time, but if you need a stop sign, we'll,
All right.
yeah, we'll get you a stop sign.
All right.
We just put in one in Holiday City that people have been screaming for, I don't know, 6, 7 years. We just did it tonight. So wherever you feel you need one, we'll put one.
Yeah, well, Justin said he'll talk to me after the meeting about it. All right. Thank you, President.
Thank you.
Bay Stream Drive and Cedar Creek. Bay Stream Drive is the main road, and then Cedar Creek, Sand Creek, and Holly Creek. They're all T intersections. So they may or may not even require or need a stop sign, but my neighbors feel that they should have a stop sign. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Thomas Vlizhelinski. I live right here on 309 Higher Street. And I don't know what that lady was talking about, but there's already too many officers in this town. Every time I look out my back window, I see an officer basically sleeping at High School South. Now, I don't know about if this is, we're in the movies now, where you need an officer at every single school. But if you add all those officers together, there's probably a wasted like 4 million in this town from that. Now, I really do not know why we need this many officers in this town, and how many of them are sleeping in front of schools all day. They're spoiled, they get overpaid already. I don't know how many times we already, since the 80s, got them new cars since then. If you're just parked in front of High School South, I don't think you need a brand new SUV. You might as well give them back the old Caprices. But like the mayor said, he wanted to get rid of 2 of the officers to put in what, 8 AMTs. I would go with the mayor on that one, because we definitely need the ambulances out on the streets. That's all I could tell you.
Bob Tormolin, 109 Messenger. My comment is just this. You, the new people up there, you, even the old people, you say when asked a question, do you know who this person is? Do you know what this is going on? And you sit there and you don't know who or what you're voting for, but you vote. And then you try to tell us that you're your own people voting for what you think is right. I can't comprehend how you can vote for what you think is correct if you don't know what it is that you're voting on or who it is that you're voting on. I think you've lost the complete confidence of the people that were here tonight, and I'm sure the people that were watching this on YouTube or the town network or whatever. It's incomprehensible that you don't know, you admit you don't know who, what, where, when, but you vote.
In defense of the question that was posed to the council president, asking for specifics to one of the ordinances, he might not have known every specific of it, but I can assure you, we were schooled in 90% of it. And I can guarantee there were past council meetings where every ordinance wasn't thoroughly vetted by each councilman. And they might have had some questions about it, and they still voted on it. So we're gonna try to be as transparent as we can and have all the information for every ordinance going forward, because we are new. And I appreciate your insight into that. Thank you.
But what I think about is, these things should, if you don't know, it's easy to say, let's table it. Most of this stuff does not have to be done. Do what's going on. Maybe part of the problem is, I don't know about you people, the agenda is very, very late on coming out. If it comes out a couple hours before the meeting starts. If you people had the agenda ahead of time, you could look into it. So when people come, they can ask you questions and you have insight into what is being asked of you. When you people tonight had no response, you lost it.
Can I just make a comment?
I didn't know what I was talking about. I lost it.
I would like to respond to that, and one of my questions after the meeting was going to be, I would like to get the agenda sooner, myself. And I think we all would.
Sir, let me interrupt, and maybe this will help, okay? We are going to have agenda meetings, okay, before the major meetings take place. And at that time, there'll be two council people there, department heads, the mayor, and we'll go through each resolution that's being proposed and make sure that we all understand and questions will be answered at that meeting so that when we come to the final meeting, we will have the information that you are talking about.
Would allow me to make one comment?
The agenda goes out like it's supposed to the public ahead of time, so when we come in here, we don't come in maybe fired up because we just got it and we didn't realize it. We can do our research.
We'll do our best.
Make one comment. Well, although we didn't know the individual people that were named on these things, we did have a concept of what was going to happen and how it was going to happen and why it was going to happen. So we voted on the concept of what was taking place, not on the individual names of the people involved. That's all.
But the concept, you should have that concept all figured out before you
I-
set
I did, and that's why I voted the way I did. I understood the concept, and that's why I voted.
Are we going to executive session, Council President?
I need to close the public portion of the meeting. May I have a motion to close the public portion of the meeting?
Make a motion.
Motion is made by Mr. Nivison. Second? Mr. Lopan.
They're all in favor?
Aye.
All right, there is a resolution to go into executive session. Item 18 is a resolution of the Township Council, Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, authorizing an executive session to discuss confidential matters covered under NJSA 10:4-12B, including executive session minutes and personnel matters.
Can I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Mr. Nivison, seconded by Mr. Loban.
Motion was made by Councilman Nivison and seconded by Councilman Lozman. Councilman Nivison?
Yes.
Yes. Councilman Lobman?
Yes.
Councilman Sikosi?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole?
Yes.
Councilman Quinlisk?
Yes.
Council President Coleman?
Yes. So I need a motion to,
To go back into public session.
okay.
Second,
Mo-
made already. Greg, it's been made.
Motion was made to return to public session. Was
make the
made by Lynn O'Toole and seconded by Tom Nivison.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll take a motion to approve the executive session minutes from December 5th, 2023.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Sekozy, seconded by Councilman Loebman. Councilman Sekozy?
Yes.
Councilman Loebman?
Yes.
Councilman Lamb?
Yes.
Councilman Quinless?
Yes.
Council Vice President O'Toole? Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Iveson?
Yes.
I'll now take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Make a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Yes.